Young Livius was a lively boy, carefree and wild. He was well loved and cared for. He had a lovely family and plenty of friends. He spent his days with his mother and sister in the gardens and sparring with his eldest brother. He would read stories to his younger sister and dine with all of his family in the evenings. It was nearly ideal. Until his childhood came crashing down. After the death of the Empress, his mother was in hysterics for weeks. His grandmother found her behavior problematic and quickly had her retrieved so she could recover at her home. Livius and his twin sister stayed within the borders of the capital, feeling alone and afraid. Their father had become a drunken fool, plagued with grief. Leo and Era were deep in despair as well. Livius and Nacaea both tried to console them, to cheer them up however they could. Leo was cold and angry. He cried that he could do nothing to save her. Era was quiet most days, until she'd break into loud sobs at mealtime. All Livius could do was to give kind words, a listening ear, and to wait out the pain with the rest of them. Grief was something to be lived through. Eventually, the days got easier, and the small voices of joy filled the halls again. Then, months later, their mother returned, transformed. She was no longer his mother. Things in the palace rapidly changed. This mother had taken over the workings of the inner palace, her tongue sharp like steel. Beloved staff were let go. Livius and Nacaea's schedules became rigid, filled with lesson after lesson. If they made mistakes, their mother was relentless. Punishment consisted of kneeling on sharp objects, being healed again and again, starvation of both food and light and people. He was no longer able to speak to his other siblings. For Livius, after 2 years in isolation, he could no longer take it. He could no longer watch his sister suffer, to have himself suffer. He could no longer watch his mother's body suffer. He had seen that unearthly gleam in her eyes. He could not bear to see his sister bruised, beaten, and scarred. Livius would find a way to escape it, to help his sister escape it, even if he bled and crawled his way to freedom from this mother. So he took his time, slowly inching himself away, using his charm and charisma, earning affection and empathy, showing them his potential. Sneaking out in the night, assisting Leo with his own agenda, empowering him with a faction that would rival his mother's. He would earn himself a ticket away from all the troubles. But it was far too late. By the time Livius had gained freedom, his sister had been broken, hands and gloves to hide the hurt. She told him to leave her, that he was a coward, and that she never wished to see him again. Though he pleaded, she refused his hand. In anger, he left her, but his love for her did not disappear. They had pushed each other away to protect one another, so most of what remained in his heart was regret, pity, and love. He would send her little letters and gifts, to let her know that he still held hope. He knew his sister after all. She was someone who would cover him with her own body while her mother burned her. She just needed time to pull herself out, and he would be there to welcome her home with open arms.
That was for his behavior. This is for your inability to stop him, she lectured. The water bucket was half empty at this point, with most of it on the floor, seeping into the train of Nacaea's dress. Mostly ice and little water remained in the bucket. Despina's icy grip clawed and pulled and twisted at Nacaea's hair, but there was little pain that showed on Nacaea's face. Just a few deep breaths, preparing for the next dunk. Despina then slammed her head into the bucket, crushing her daughter's face against the jagged ice. No arms flailed, no feet kicked in desperation. Nacaea's body lay limp against the floor, as her mother pushed her face further and further down toward the bottom. After Despina was satisfied by the lack of reaction, she pulled Saya out, throwing her onto the floor. "Clean yourself up, and see to it that your face is fixed." Saya then propped herself up slightly, her matted hair shrouding her face. "Yes, Mother. Thank you for your lessons." Despina held her head high. "Do not disappoint me." "I won't, Mother," Saya replied. With that, Queen Despina walked out the room, slamming the heavy door behind her, heels clicking off into the distance. A labored breath came from Saya, as she collapsed back into an icy puddle. Closing her eyes, she mustered the strength to keep her tears back. To add to the puddle would be weakness, something her mother hated, something her mother was training her to undo. Pushing herself off the floor, she sat up, gently touching her face. Saya winced at the cuts left on her cheek. If only she could heal herself, she thought. But light magic had never graced her, and it never would. Only darkness and fire dwelled within her blood. Night fell and Saya sat on her bed, knees to her chest. The palace was quiet, all but for a few servants scurrying about to finish their tasks. By now, her mother slept soundly, as she always did after her indulgent cups of wine. But Saya was wide awake, unable to sleep a wink. Her body ached, and her mind was aflurry. Until a familiar sound broke her trance. A rock hitting a window. Saya leapt off her bed and came close to the glass. Just outside was a mess of red hair and bright eyes, waving a hand furiously under the moonlight. It was Livius, her brother. "Can I come up?" he mouthed. Saya looked around, listening to her surroundings. Silence. She nodded. Livius then climbed up the trellis, careful not to crush the winding vines that grew on them. Once he was inside, Saya quickly casted a spell that let no sound escape her walls, one she had once learned from her mother. "Livius, you know it's dangerous to come here in person," Saya cautioned. But Livius just laughed. "It's an important occasion, and you let me up anyway." Saya sighed. "I suppose you're right, but you should be more careful." "You don't need to baby me anymore. I'll be fine. I'm free now, after all," Livius replied. "Even with your so-called freedom, Mother still has her eyes trained on you. She frequently reminds me of how your behavior is unsightly, and that it's staining her name." Livius leaned back against the frame of the window, crossing his arms. "And what of it? She can do little to harm me now. I have Okegan, Citus, Iron, and many others at my back. The crown itself now. She cannot touch me, sister." The word Iron prickled her skin with anger. Her temples throbbed, signaling an incoming headache. "I know she cannot hurt you, but I too wish you wouldn't have yourself paraded around, especially by those who do not understand your worth." Livius scoffed at Saya's reply. "Are you protecting her now? Does my behavior stain your name as well, sister?" "You really are becoming her puppet, aren't you?" Saya stared at her brother in disbelief. "Do you really think this is about protecting our mother? I worry for you, Livy." "Worry? You needn't protect me anymore. Like I said, I am more than capable of taking care of myself." "I'm sure you are, but you are still quite young. Just the same as you. We are still children. You are a child. You are a fool at this age, Saya shouted. As if you aren't more foolish than I. Look at you. Look at where you are. Livius seethed. Do not speak as if you understand what I endure and why I do it. Then you would not understand my situation either. They are taking advantage of your youth, your innocence, she tried to reason. What would you know? He yelled. I know well enough that Lady Wynne should not be one of your benefactors, and taking much more liberties than she ought to at her age. Livius's stomach dropped. How could she have known? How did Saya find out about Wynne? How did you... I love her, he stammered. I know you do. That's why it worries me. You love her. When she, along with her friends, are using you, Saya replied. Livius knew that she was partly right. The wine they poured down his throat was more painful than any fun they had convinced him of. But it was far too hard to admit the truth. I know I can only do so much to convince you, but I am pleading with you, Livius. Do not let them take your freedom again for much longer. Livius hesitated to say much. He gave her a slow nod instead. But old habits were hard to kill. This one, especially. For the emptiness that would be left behind would be far too much to handle without something to fill it again. A silence filled the room. The red aura began to die down into a gray and blue tinge. They both hated it when they fought. In an effort to break the awkwardness that grew between them, Livius spoke up, changing the subject. Well, let's not dally on such serious subjects. I will deal with it later. I promise. I put myself in such danger today for a good reason, after all, so... Saya was a little confused. Don't tell me you forgot. Forgot what? It's our birthday today. Do you even remember how old you are? A whole year had already passed by her, before she even knew it. 12, 13, 14, 16? Livius gave her a laugh. So you haven't forgotten. Good. Livius then casted a very familiar spell. A ripple in the air formed, stars and space flooding outwards. He reached inside the ripple, and then pulled out a small and slightly deformed cake. It, must have gotten a little shaken up in there. Sorry. That is the worst cake I've ever seen. Are you sure it was shaken? Or was this an attempt at making a cake? Saya laughed. A small happiness reignited within her. Just for this small moment, she could be happy again, like nothing in her life had changed or gone awry. Livius pulled a face. Well, Leo and I tried our best. We're not bakers. But we wanted to try something new for you. Saya laughed even harder. Her sides began to ache. Couldn't you have just bought a cake? Surely that must have been easier. Do you want it or not? I do. It doesn't look that bad. So, should we just dig in then? Yes. Saya nodded enthusiastically. They then both sat on the floor, prodding at an odd-looking cake, laughing as the stars danced above them and shined through the windows. It was like the old days. At night, after lavish garden parties thrown in their honor, their mother would make a simple cake, and they'd have a small celebration, all to themselves. But that version of their mother no longer existed. They simply had themselves, although they too had changed dramatically. But for just one day a year, Nacaea and Livius could pretend like there was nothing wrong at all. Like nothing had ever changed. Like they never had any arguments. Like their hearts and bodies had never been broken. Tonight, they were just little kids again, laughing with one another on their birthday. Love is surprisingly delicate, and at the same time, quite hardy. It is sweet and bitter. It starts as a stare, a laugh, sometimes as a question of curiosity. Love tends to grow in your heart like a flower. Those that genuinely love you are the sunshine and water that feeds the flower while it grows in your earth. If you do not take care of it, it may grow thorns or make you bleed. For a long while, my heart was awfully barren. Instead of sunshine, I was fed fire and drowned in wine. I was lit ablaze with only dry earth to feed it. People clawed at me like I was prey, my innocence for the taking, a conquest. They would lift my chin upwards, and they'd stare lovingly into my eyes, pouring wine down my throat, whispering sweet nothings and promises that compromised my own propriety. But it was a promise for freedom, a promise for love. But it was not. It was simply a mockery. The nights of my youth were filled with secret meetings behind closed doors, until I was no longer serving a purpose. When I finally grew taller, it was not admiration. It was not love. They simply wanted and yearned for wealth, power, and lust to satisfy them. It mattered not to me, and I began to play into their games. It was easy enough, and in many cases beneficial. Secrets were easy to find out if you had a charming smile and a sly tongue. Eventually, it became a blur of little consequence and lies, a haze of self-loathing, simply moving from one to the next with no regard to myself or to them. They always wanted something, as did I. They had just a single expectation of who I was, of what I could offer. I had become a stain, a careless, useless stain, an invisible force that could move through ballrooms, battlefields, and bedrooms. Though sometimes my own conquest became troublesome and tiresome, boring, a waste of time and energy. There was less challenge. Although, one eventually did show up. A challenge of sorts that sowed the seeds of sincerity in my heart. A breath of fresh air to a stagnant chamber.
It's rather stuffy in this room. Oh, Mother. Will your meeting with the council take a long while? No, it's nothing. Oh, well, actually, would you mind if I step out for a little while? Pretty please? I feel much better now. I know Father would never allow it, but I'm safely on Imperial grounds, and there are doctors here, and I have yet to cough once today, and, well... You're the best, Mother. Thank you. Right. It is best that I calm down. Oh? Yes. You know me so well. I did wish to visit the Imperial Garden. Oh, I heard that there are rare varieties of flowers native to Penkos, and I don't exactly get the chance every day to see these types of flora very often in Atticus. I'm stuck with the same old pretty flowers. Oh, yes, you're right. This was one of the reasons why I wanted to travel this year. I even promised I would stop using magic for a while just so I could go. I'm still surprised, though, that he'd even allow me to leave. Well, yes, I have been a bit better for a year now, I suppose. That may have helped to influence his decision. Oh, wait, did you help me as well? Mother, thank you. Oh, yes, I think it will be rather nice to feel the winds of Penkos and to breathe some fresh air. Of course, Mother. I know that the people are very kind. If I get lost, surely someone will help me if I simply ask. But wait. Father always warned me that I should not talk to the human sons of Morena. Should I not avoid them? But Father has always been so adamant. Every time there was an envoy, he'd hide me away. Well, if you really think that's simply him being overprotective as usual, I will trust your judgment. I'll be careful, and I won't stay out too long. I'll be back by the second tolling at the latest. I will see you later then. Have a peaceful meeting, and may the winds of Okasas guide you. It is such a clear and bright night. Our moons shine wonderfully upon us. They seem almost brighter whilst in Penkos. I do love it here. The fresh air is quite nice as well. I could very well get used to this. I do hope we may stay a bit longer than a mere month. Hopefully I will regain my strength and be able to actually enjoy my time here. If Father even catches the slightest wind of me being ill again, he'll probably rush here without a second thought. I bet he'd even attempt to call upon the Dragon Lords of all people to fly me back home. Well, I best enjoy my remaining time here. At least the scenery will do well to calm my nerves. It is quite lovely. Even the air here is different. It has the scent of rain and the river. I'm quite glad I requested to accompany my mother this year, and that Father even allowed me to leave Atticus. Maybe someday the whole family will travel here together. I'm sure little Cleode would love it here. I can already imagine her climbing on the vines and castle walls. That little troublemaker. Well, perhaps the flowers could keep her a bit occupied. The garden is quite beautiful after all. They're all so well kept and vibrant. Oh. Odd. These seem similar to the ones on our crest. The color is reminiscent of the blue sea. I wonder, are these truly native of Penkos? Huh. Atticus is truly so different in comparison to Penkos, though. I wonder if the winds would respond to me all the same, though being in a different land. What do they speak of here, as the wind travels across the borders and billows through the trees? Do their soft voices change? Tell me, dear and sacred wind, what does Penkos have to say and offer? The winds have never spoken in the tongue of Morena before. Who's there? Oh, greetings, human son of Morena. Oh, I bowed to you yesterday, did I not? Yes, you are the second prince, commander, and knight. You are quite famous in Atticus. Huh? Apologies. I've just never been so near in proximity to a human son of Morena before. But do not worry. I would not think that humans would bite me, or steal from me, or any of those silly old stories told of. I don't know what I'm saying. I apologize for my lack of formality. I am indeed, second princess, Theina Neraidocris. Truly, I would not think that the winds would carry my name so far as to reach your ears. I am, well, not the social kind. Oh, well, speaking of the wind, no, I was not talking to myself, Your Highness. I was merely listening to the sounds of, nature, to the wind's call. My ears have always been a bit keen to them. Huh? Well, I was simply curious as to how the winds would respond to me here. This is perhaps the last time I will ever step foot on this land, after all. Oh, well, yes. This is also my first time being on the soil of humankind. It is very beautiful, and the sounds of nature are quite abundant. As I said before, well, I barely leave Atticus. Perhaps twice a year to visit a friend in Morai, Straya, or, the saint, I shall call her. She enjoys my company, and I enjoy hers. Though that is really the only place I can escape to. Even on my own lands, I have only seen the nearby town when I am at my healthiest. It is very different here. But I am happy to be here, to even have the opportunity to accompany my mother to the summit. The people I have met so far have been incredibly kind as well. I am thankful. Apologies. I am a tad weary. Could you tell? I did not realize that I would tremble this much. I suppose it has been a long day. I would not be opposed to sitting, Your Highness. Oh, yes. We can enjoy the sights together indeed. It is quite beautiful, is it not? This garden? Oh! You just... I am not alike to the flowers at all. They are much more graceful and beautiful than I. Though, of course, they have... well, so much more life than I do. it is nothing. You know, it is wonderful to be out here in this garden. Just in Penkos overall. Indeed. Like I said, I did not go out very much, but I have of course been amongst the townspeople of Animo. There were many guards with me, but it was still fun. The people are kind and the food is delicious. Oh, have you met many Storia? Well, there are many types everywhere you go. I suppose on the border there are quite a few, but you'll see anything from a fairy Storia to orcs. And as a prince and someone rather knowledgeable on the wars of our world, I'm sure you're aware of the significance of the halflands then. Though they are still being used, there are plenty of mixed bloods too, like me. Yes. Well, if you did not know, our family bloodline has been greatly diversified over the years. Me? Well, Mother hasn't really told me. Father is said to be of elven origin, but Mother herself has always been up the air. I only know that we are descended from the dragonfolk. We don't usually ask about our lineages, since they do not matter much apart from certain traits that we must keep in mind for the safety of others. But I was never really told much, so I don't know. Sorry to give you such a lackluster answer. That does remind me, though, I've never interacted with the humans so, intimately before. I suppose I meant closely. Well, humans come and go in the palace, but most of the time I'm in my room or my garden. Father told me I should avoid them if I can, and I suppose he's just being overprotective, but... well, I thought perhaps it had to do with my illness, but it seems not. Oh? Well, if you've heard of my name, then you must have certainly heard of my illness. Yes. Sometimes I am referred to that name, indeed. Fragile, as a glass flower. I've had this since I was young. I was always rather weak. But its symptoms are always coming and going, and actually, this is the first year in which I've been able to feel rather well. The coughs are becoming rarer, and it gives me hope that everything will be fine. In fact, it is rather embarrassing whenever I do cough. I am afflicted with an odd disease, it seems. I have, well, if you would keep this a secret, people only know that I am ill, but not what really happens. So, please don't tell anyone. Well, I seem to have flowers of some sort that fester within my lungs, which grow and expand each day. And, well, no mage has cured me. Not even our gracious Saint Straya has been able to heal my afflictions. Sometimes it is rather unfortunate, but perhaps in exchange for my vitality, the gods have blessed me with the ability to commune with nature and the earth itself. Though, because I am quite sick, I haven't been able to travel or meet many people, as expected. Though it hinders me a little, since I get so weak. It's really my father who keeps me caged. He does it in my best interest, but I do yearn to travel abroad and to enjoy all the pleasures that my siblings may enjoy. Though I suppose I am rather lucky this year to accompany my mother. Huh? I don't even know how I was able to escape, but I'm rather glad to be here. And I'm glad to have met you. Oh, also, the palace is quite beautiful. I took a quick tour the other day, and I could not explore much, but immediately, the architecture was so different. I feel that our spaces in Atticus are a bit more open, while yours are a bit more closed off. Though I will say that we do not have any stained glass windows such as yours. The moonlight that shines through them is serene and quite calming. Huh? Well, since we're so open, at home I often bathe in the moonlight from my balcony. Father would often keep it locked so the wind does not sicken me further, but the wind would never harm me. I know it. So, although I am not the type to cause trouble, I did learn to unlock it secretly, so that little balcony is my escape from the palace. Just for a little while, anyway. I also do have a garden, but I can only visit it during the day with guards. That does remind me. Your Highness, I must ask, do you tend to visit the gardens at night? I do find it rather surprising to meet anyone here, let alone yourself. You are not a gardener, after all, are you? Oh? Are you always up and about in the evenings? Well, why must you hide in the darkness to visit mere friends? Would it truly anger your mother? Well, I have heard much about her indeed. I suppose it is true then that your relationship is strained. Well, you are a bit famous. The son that strayed. You are friendly with your half-brother, Crown Prince Leo, are you not? I suppose siding with your rival's only son would be a bit vexing for an ambitious queen. It is surprising sometimes. Mother said that Queen Despina was not always such a, crone. That also reminds me, your sister, Princess Saya, is your twin, yes? I find it surprising that you two have joined different factions, though seeming so close in the past. But I've also just heard of her beauty and grace. Truly, I would have never imagined it. She is said to be as fair as Queen Despina, with the disposition of the former Empress. Well, I suppose it is rather saddening then that you two must be separated. Do you still talk with her from time to time? Is she truly under such strict control? I suppose I am not the only one to be caged, then. That does remind me of your other half-sibling, Princess Era. Is she well? I would not think that being in such a place would be good for her. The terrors of that palace are known far and wide. Well, I'm glad that you are still on rather good terms. I know that not all relationships with half-siblings are, well, like in Claris. Well, there is a constant power struggle. I'm well acquainted with Crown Prince Adept Morvoto. His relationship with his, half-brother isn't very well, to say the least. Huh? Well, I've met him once when he visited Atticus. We are pen pals, and sometimes he is rather, overwhelming. I'm not sure if you can tell by my mannerisms, but I am rather meek, as some might put it. His emotions are erratic, but he's a very good person. He's just been through a lot. But he's very fond of his little half-sister, Anissa. Actually, she is friends with one of my own siblings. Or, half-siblings. Cleode. I have yet to talk about my own family. Silly me, going on about Adept. I simply worry about him. Well, Mother has 3 husbands, and, well, there are 7 royal children, and I am one of 3 full-blooded siblings. In fact, I was my father's last child. I still love my half-siblings, though, all the same. I love my whole family, with all my heart. I am happy to have been born into such a family. Oh, I believe that my eldest blood brother is friendly with Crown Prince Leo. I remember him coming home and telling me stories of the Grand Royal Library. They'd buried themselves in books and make a mess of the place. Do you read any books, Your Highness? I'm always cooped up, and my father will bring me a new book every so often to cure my boredom. Do you have any favorites? Huh? The Cantrix? That is one of my favorites. A classic written by the only one in Avon, master of magic. To think he could tell such a compelling story. A fallen knight, proving himself worthy to selflessly save the people who cast him away, all to become a wanderer once again. It is quite a surprise, I must say. I did not expect it from you. My brothers all hated the tale for some reason. Suppose it simply wasn't exciting enough. So, do you read quite often? Oh, I suppose you wouldn't have the time for leisurely reading, being a knight and all. Well, I understand that. When I am not reading, I am often taking care of my younger siblings, and sometimes dealing with other affairs. Of course, only when I'm healthy and well. Oh? I'm embarrassed. On occasion, I will sing for the church, although it is not very often. I'm surprised you even know of such a thing. I do hope you have not heard too many rumors about me. I mean, you shouldn't have. Even my youngest sister Cleode has been seen by more of our people than I have. Well, I mentioned it before, but I've been rather sheltered, and... well, again, it is all for the sake of my protection, but I am simply trying to say that it is rather unfortunate, I suppose. I do not know of many things, but I wish to learn and to experience things I have never seen or felt before. Of course, I know he means well, but sometimes I wish to be freed, somewhat. And I suppose this month is my chance. Even though it is only for a short while, I wish to learn as much as I can while I'm in good health. In fact, meeting you in this garden has been a whole new experience for me, and I will cherish this for a lifetime. But truly, I am so grateful to have met a kind person such as yourself. What? Why should I not say such things? I'm just telling the truth. Well, I do suppose it would be odd telling that to someone I just met. Apologies. I'm sorry. Oh? Huh? Are you truly not displeased with me, then? I am glad you are so kind. I will refrain from saying such things to strangers, then. I will only speak of such things to you, alone. Oh, this reminds me once more of those rumors. You are much kinder than I thought you would have been. Well, I suppose they are a bit unsavory. Would you like to hear of them, my prince? Well, you have kind eyes, just like they say, and your nickname suits you. Valerian Prince. You exude kindness and strength, but I suppose that feeds into your notoriety as a warhound. You don't seem like it, but I suppose you are one. There was one other rumor, which I have yet to understand fully, but you are said to be a skirt chaser? Perhaps being holed up in the palace for so long has truly made me ignorant. Huh? Well, I do not know what it means. I mean, I suppose you are rather playful. Your words are like honey, and your smile is rather, captivating, to say the least. And well, though you have kind eyes, you also have the eyes like that of a sprite. No, it is not an insult. They are charming. You are charming. Is that a good enough description for you? I truly have never met anyone like you before. Are all humans like this? Or is it just you? Well, I suppose I'll take your word for it. Intriguing? What? Is it funny what I have just said? Well, I have great interest in you as well. I'm quite pleased to have met you. The tolling. I should probably get back to my chambers. Huh? Oh, I've yet to see the town in Nacaea. Why? Huh? Would you? I would be honored to be escorted by you. I would love to visit the town. Oh, I'm with joy. Thank you, Your Highness. Apologies. I'm forgetting my place again. I am perhaps too excited. I should not strain myself so. Well, I suppose I will be looking forward to it then. I will be heading back for the night. Thank you for your time and your kindness, Your Highness. That kind of rhymed, didn't it? Sorry. Well, if I may, this is a simple goodbye in Atticus. I will see you tomorrow in the garden once more. No, it is nothing. I think I am just feeling a bit tired. I bid you farewell. Good night. Perhaps I am a bit more than sleepy. Please help. I wish to wake tomorrow well and strong so that I may explore. I feel a bit parched. Oh, good morning, Mother. Yes, I feel better this morning. I was probably just too excited, was all. Got me a little bit dizzy. Anyway, what's on the agenda for this bright morning, Mother? Oh. More meetings? Well, I suppose you'll get your break in the coming week, then. Perhaps we can explore together soon enough. Oh, that reminds me. The Elder Council is here, aren't they? Well, I do hope they listen to your warnings this time around. We've sent so many letters and Father often complains about it to me. Is King Rio even aware of what's going on? That is what I thought, based upon my own communications. Well, hopefully, since Penkos is also on our side, they will finally stop their silly claims of territory. May your meeting go well, then. Yes. Now that you mention it, I have felt it too. The air within these hallways. It is always a bit stifling. The wind. She was not settled yesterday. There's something not quite right here. I should be more keen, but I cannot put my tongue on it. It does feel somewhat familiar, though. It is very strange. Sorry. I've been a little distracted as of late. Perhaps, but like I said, I think I'm just caught up in the excitement of it all. I don't think I'm particularly ill, don't worry, Mother. Though I guess ever since last night I've been a little thirsty. But I think a good glass of water will fix that. Reminds me, I should probably take my medicine as well. But you're right. I shouldn't worry about the wind too much. It'll just put my head in a spin. Yes. Prince Livius has offered to show me around a little. After speaking to me last night, he invited me out since he is, now well aware of how sheltered I am. He wanted to give me an opportunity to explore. Safely, of course. Well, you've heard the rumors. He's quite the force to be reckoned with. You're just teasing me again. But it is true. I am rather fond of him. He's the first real human I've gotten to know. He's much sweeter than expected. Father always goes on about how humans are absolutely horrendous creatures that we must tolerate. But I don't see what's wrong with them. Perhaps I am too optimistic for my own good, but I feel like every creature in Morena must hold some goodness in them, don't they? But I do trust him, of all people, to keep me safe. Yes, Mother. Thank you for always being so understanding. Well, the sun is starting to rise, and I should be off to meet him now. It will be quite the long day, I think. I will return before the bells toll. I hope your day goes well, Mother. May the wind of Okasas guide you. The main palace truly is such a breathtaking place. It is so grand and vast. There he is. Greetings to you, Second Prince, human son of Morena. Oh, am I too formal? Apologies. I just suppose that, well, it would be the standard procedure of things is all. Well then, what shall I call you? Oh, I could not possibly call you that. Well, perhaps when I am more comfortable, I can call you that name. But for now, I hope my lord or my prince will suffice until then. All right, then. I hope you did not wait too long. I set off from my room as soon as I saw the sun kiss the sky. Good. I am glad. I would not want to be late. My elder sister always warns me against being late to appointments. But sometimes I am so sluggish, I cannot help it. But I promise that, well, I will always arrive after 10 minutes or so. So, if you can, wait out that time for me? Well, I suppose... I am only saying that if... Well, this is not the last time you will be bringing me out. I thought I might let you know, but I suppose you wouldn't have much time to be constantly out with me, would you? Apologies, I was getting ahead of myself. Well, I will be here for a little while, at least a month's time. So, if you could spare some time for me, I would greatly appreciate it. Oh, you jest. Surely there are much more beautiful and graceful women you could be taking out rather than myself. But thank you. You look quite good yourself. Very clean and tidy. I apologize. My manner of speak is a bit awkward, as I'm told, but you do look very put together this morning. I'm still not quite used to talking to people who aren't within my own court. But how are you this good day? That is very good to hear. Myself? Well, I'm alright. I had the teensiest dizzy spell last night, but there's no need to worry. It was probably just me adjusting to all of this, is all. So no need to worry, really. I'm right as rain this fine morning. If that is the correct expression. I am unsure. Is it? Good! I've heard my oldest brother say funny little sayings from other kingdoms, but I never fully know if they are correct or not. You must teach me more sayings. I'm always hesitant about using them. Oh, so where are we headed off to this morning? I know you said you wanted to show me around Penkos, but we must be heading quite far to be up this early. 2 places on the agenda for today. Are they both secrets? Well, I'd like to know at least one place. Yes, I've always wanted to explore Nacaea. Premise, my eldest sibling often visits the capital city to also visit in-laws and whatnot. I was not allowed to the second wedding here, when she got married to Prince Jimmy, but I heard it was quite the joyous occasion. I've heard so much about how wonderful the city is. I've always been curious about it, and, well, I've always wanted to see it with my own eyes. I've heard many a story about the vast shopping district and the fantastical fashions of the capital, as well as the variety of fauna and flora that are about. Oh, I am so excited. And there will be such good weather today as well. Yes. The wind is quite joyous today, surprisingly. At least outside here in the gardens. Oh, right. Perhaps it doesn't make too much sense to you, but the wind is very transparent when it comes to the weather, and to her own feelings. On days where the wind is joyous and light, there will be sunny skies, while on days where the wind is rather sorrowful and heavy, it will likely storm. At least that's how it's always been in Atticus. Those who share the blood of Neraidocris can hear her. The wind may seem as it is to those who do not share her legacy, but we can hear her whisper into our ears. A bit ominous at times indeed, but she is a great and powerful voice, one who has led Atticus to prosperity. Perhaps you have learned of the tale of Beldfloss. She is the progenitor of our royal family line, essentially. She must be my great-great-great-grandmother? Indeed, she is the one to unite the regions of Atticus into one. You are well versed in history, then, I might suppose? Well, I am quite well versed as well. Also, thank you, again, for taking me out like this. I'm truly in your debt. No, this is truly such a once-in-a-lifetime event for me. I am truly appreciative and grateful for this. Of you. Well, of course I'm sure about going. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. How could I not take this opportunity that you've so graciously given me? Well, I'm sure you're more than capable of protecting me. Besides, I doubt your people would harm me. So, you're saying you wouldn't bite, but they would? Well, I suppose I would rather it be you who bit me instead. Oh, I jest. I'd rather no one bite anyone, in truth. No, it's nothing. I just find it funny to see you a tad flustered. I would not think someone who boasts such a record would turn so red. Perhaps I should try this joking thing more often. Well, perhaps you misjudged me a little then, my prince. This is fun. Oh, well, like I said, I'd rather have it be you than anyone else. You said you wouldn't, though. Are you going back on your word already? I suppose we can both play this joking game, then. Oh, is it time already, then? Well, lead the way, my prince. It is so beautiful out today. I can hardly even believe my own eyes. The city, it is absolutely magnificent. Of course I'm excited. How could I not be in awe, my prince? Look at the streets. It is so bright and colorful. There are so many people out and about today as well. I'm a little overwhelmed, honestly. It has been such a long time since I have been out and about among others, let alone in a city full of humans. Is Speyer always this busy? Well, I suppose good weather calls for a little adventure outside. I'd want to soak up as much sun as I could. The hustle and the bustle of all of this is so exciting. So, what are we to do today within the city center? A little tour sounds wonderful, my prince. I do enjoy a good walk. So, how often do you head into the city like this? If I was allowed to, I would be exploring Anima all the time. I don't think I could ever be bored. Oh? I see. How could I forget? You are a prince after all. I must imagine that your duties are heavy and time-consuming. In fact, I am a little curious about your job. You are commander of the armies after all. For such a kind face, you do hold quite the record. Well, being inside, perusing the many halls of our castle, certainly allows me to hear gossip quite often. The wind often brings news. But like I said yesterday, you're rumored to be a warhound. A brilliant commander as well, of course. One of my stepfathers, Prince Consort Osmond, does similar work, though he seems to fit the description of a bloodthirsty warrior more than you do. Though, I suppose you do hold some sort of menacing presence in your voice. No, you're not scary at all. At least to me you're not. Though, I suppose you could be if you wanted to. That is something you Targathons are well known for. A strong, commanding presence, striking fear in your enemies with a single look. One of my uncles, I suppose, is a Targathon, just like you. Perhaps you know of him. We call him Uncle Airy, but he's from House Sophia. Though he has denounced the title since joining Redamnos. Yes, the royal harem. It is a bit unusual, but it seems to be a tradition for the matriarch. They are all very brilliant of mind, and all play their part in the duties given to them. They are just like any other royal family member. My mother is quite fond of Uncle Airy. He often helps babysit the children when he is not busy doing his other jobs. He coordinates communication between Atticus and the church. Though, there is something about him that is a bit menacing. When he first babysat Cleode and Lenta, he made them cry. It took them quite some time to calm them down. But we've all gotten used to him after some time. He's quite sweet despite his, well, attitude. He often brings me new books to read. I suppose you are very kind and sweet yourself, so perhaps House Targathon isn't all that scary. I do feel at ease with you. I don't know how to describe it, really. It's just a warm feeling, I suppose. You exude warm. In fact, I think you are glowing. Apologies if I've overstepped. It just does feel that way. Just one conversation or two and I feel very fuzzy. I don't think that's quite the right word, but I do like you, my prince. I've quite enjoyed getting to know you a little bit, and I hope to learn even more. So, where have we been aimlessly walking toward? I don't have the faintest idea, no. Close my eyes? Fine. I promise no peeking. Just make sure I don't fall. I'm not the most coordinated of people. If we danced, I might just step on your toes. A lot. You'd let me? Well, then I suppose we should dance sometime. Is there a function coming up within the month? Is it? We have something similar in our kingdom. When all the Storia come from far and wide, we celebrate the revolution, our patron god in unity. It is quite the beautiful festival. You should come sometime to celebrate it. Though I won't be participating nearly as much. I would still love to invite you, though. Indeed. Consider this an informal invitation. But, are we nearly there yet? Oh. Wow. So, this is the famous fashion and art district. It's quite reminiscent of the one in Animo, from what I can remember anyway. fabric flying all around, bright stores with large windows full of paint and supplies. Everything here, it feels so delicate and fragile. The music, it is so soft. I love it. I wish I could stay here all day. Perhaps I shall purchase a few items. I would certainly love to bring some local Penkos items home. Perhaps I will make my room a bit more lively. It would certainly make my time alone a bit more enjoyable. Oh, I do spend many hours alone within my room. I am trapped in that room for most days of the week. Sometimes when there is a break in the schedule, my siblings are brought to me for care and company. Well, I often write or read. I'll sing to the night sky, but not to a single soul. Sometimes I'll paint images of fairy tales or the people I love. On days when I am allowed out, I tend to wander the halls, visiting my siblings, reading in the library, gardening, and speaking to staff. But that is all. I am lucky that my health has been somewhat better these past few months. After this little holiday, I expect that I won't be able to leave the castle for a very long time. Why? Well, I have explained it before, haven't I? My father is overprotective of me, beyond reason. I love him, but his love is a bit overwhelming at times. He just wants to make sure I don't get hurt. He works very hard to keep me healthy. These little tablets are of his making, to ensure my health stays stable for the most part. Indeed, my father is quite the brilliant man, with knowledge beyond his years. He hopes to create some sort of cure that is permanent. I believe he'll find something to make all this pain go away. But I must say, when I am back in Atticus, I'll sorely miss you. You have been great company. I wish you could visit me, but Father would never allow it. I suppose letters would suffice? No, it wouldn't be the same. I doubt paper could carry your same sense of warmth. Though, perhaps you could convey your humor through your little jokes. At least I'll look forward to your letters then. I suppose I shall pick up some stationery supplies. I'll be writing many letters once I return anyhow. Might as well get some extra. Yes. Well, I can only expect to have a pile of letters on my desk. From Prince Adept of Atticus. I spoke with him yesterday. We are pen pals. When I don't reply to his letters immediately because of my own business away from Atticus, on those very brief occasions, well, he often sends a vast amount of letters to check on me. I appreciate the notion, but sometimes it is a bit much. Mother has been a bit at arms allowing me to continue our friendship. Oh, well, I suppose it is complicated. She finds his obsession with me to be rather abhorrent. She believes him to be immature and overbearing, much like King Rio himself. There is also the ongoing conflict with Glars that does not help his cause. Oh, well, we are here for more than a simple holiday. I would have assumed you heard, but I guess they're not being very vocal about it then. The Elder Council of Claris has sought to take part of our territory. I'm not fully aware of all the details, however. It is very close to Animo, and we are rather threatened by his encroaching troops. Penkos has also found this worrying, as they have begun to inch into the neutral halflands as well. So, overall, our relationship with Claris isn't the best. I'm still a bit torn about our relationship as friends, though. He is worrying, and needs someone for support. I'm just not sure if I can handle it anymore, though. Perhaps it is best if I cut him off, yes, but I'm afraid of what he might do. I don't want him to struggle in despair alone in that bleak castle in Reizoa. I would feel selfish, cutting ties for my own comfort and peace of mind. I'm just not quite sure what to do. It is but a silly matter. I should hurry and buy the stationery, though. Perhaps I'll use the set to specifically write to you. Only you. Well now, since we're done here, what else? Will we continue to explore Speyer? Oh. I am a little weary after walking this much, but I believe I am all right to walk some more. Oh, you're right. You did say you had one more place to go. This is the one you wouldn't tell me about. Another surprise, then? Oh, I see. I suppose it must be a little far away if we must travel by carriage again. Must I close my eyes? All right, then. Lead the way. The wind here feels different. I've never felt anything like it before. It feels so free. Huh? Oh. Where? May I open my eyes now? It is breathtaking. It is nothing like I've ever seen before. Is this the ocean? I've never seen anything so blue. I love it. Thank you for taking me here. I did not realize there were so many wonders in the world. What is the substance beneath us? It is so warm and full of sun. Sand. What is it made of? That is so wonderful. The erosion of such objects leads to such a beauty like this. I read of it in my books, but I did not imagine it to be all so vast. In fact, where are we? The western shore. I see. Well, it is beautiful. Divine, even. What a gift you have given me. Thank you for taking me here, for showing me around Speyer. Penkos is such a vast empire. I wish I had more time to explore it all. I wish I could spend every day with you touring it. I wish I could stay. I feel like my heart has never yearned for anything more. I am so curious, and I wish to learn so much about this world. To take what I have read and make it a reality. I wish I could wander this world, but my feeble body makes me unable to. But being able to see this, my heart is so full of warmth and sun thanks to you. No, truly, it may seem like such a little thing, but I have never been so happy. So, thank you for allowing me to see something so beautiful. Will you be busy tomorrow? I would wish to see you again. Oh, I see. You are a busy man after all. In 2 weeks' time? Yes, I will still be here. Is that the festival then? I would love to attend the ball with you. I promise not to step on your toes too much. Well, I hope you don't complain, but if you do, I'd understand. My prince, may we stay here for a little longer till we see the orange hues of the setting sun against the ocean? I would like to sit with you and talk a little more, if you don't mind. My curfew isn't for a while longer. I'm glad then. No, it is nothing. Just, if I may. No, that wasn't an Atticus tradition. I just felt like it. Thank you for everything today. Truly. Huh? What? Who is it? Huh? Oh, yes. Come in. No, I'd most certainly welcome a visitor. Good evening, my prince. You're looking well. I would get up to greet you, but I'm afraid I'm still a bit weak. But what are you doing here? Huh? Oh, no. Your company is not a bother at all. I was simply wondering since, well, I thought you would have been at the ball. You're even dressed up for it. I know you're quite the party goer. Huh? But I sent you a letter, did I not? I thought it would have reached your ears. I said that you could go without me and, well, enjoy the ball, you know? I would be fine. You could have gone without seeing me. Visited the next day. I see. Well, I appreciate your kindness either way. Thank you for taking the time to see me. No, it is nothing, to worry about. At all. Like I said, I'm quite used to it. It is true. I didn't think it would flare up while I was here. But it is an unpredictable sickness, after all. Well, either way, I've been on bed rest for a little while now, and I'm feeling much better. Although not well enough to dance the entire evening away. I'm glad that you're here, though. I've had a few visitors throughout the day, actually. Your brother and sister both paid me a visit while they were on their way to the Second Palace for some business with the Council of Estrella, it seems. I was surprised, too. I thought they didn't act very amicably with one another from the rumors. They remind me of my own siblings. Primus and Kay, I mean. My blood siblings. Kay is rather, well, he's a bit mischievous, while Primus is a bit more rigid and rule-abiding, but they get along very well. Crown Prince Leo and Princess Saya were very kind and accommodating. Though your sister seemed to be in quite the hurry. I was surprised that she wasn't with the Queen. I heard they're almost never apart. I'm sorry. I was, blabbing away. If you would like, you could pull up a chair if you have time to chat for a little bit. How have you been, by the way? It's been a little while since I've seen you. Oh, well, I suppose you're right. I did miss you. Anyway, you must have been rather busy with your duties as prince then. I see. You were helping prepare for the ceremonies and festivities then? That's rather fun. I suppose you're right. It could be a bit of a headache to schedule everything. Making sure that everything's perfect. The Knights of Penkos are a well-known bunch, and they certainly deserve to be celebrated. I heard that the Plecteri Knight will be attending as well. I've only heard rumors, but he helped save a company of Attican soldiers during his time in the Land of Lamentation. We are grateful to him as well. Apologies. He is the Grand Duke's oldest son, isn't he? Well, my father and the Grand Duke have business ventures together. Yeah, father has a large stake in the pharmaceutical businesses within Ladle. My father also dabbles in the agriculture of Ladle as well, but otherwise I'm not quite sure what else he does. But I'm sure the Grand Duke must be rather proud of having such an amazing son. Huh? Is that not the case? Well, I certainly would be. You know, at home, there is a large window facing the eastern gate of the palace grounds, and from there I can see the training grounds. I enjoy being able to observe when I get the time to. I think it's rather nice to see the camaraderie that forms between those who wield the sword. It is a noble and, well, timeless profession. Oh, no. I've, never held a weapon in my hands before. Well, unless you count gardening shears. Well, nor do I think I could with any skill, anyhow. But I wouldn't think I'd need to either. To be fair, I think that someone with my stature and, well, fragility, it would be rather odd to see me on the battlefield with a sword in hand. Oh, certainly. I have such a threatening aura, humans would fall to their knees. You make me laugh, my prince. Besides, I'm much better suited to magic, even if it tires me. Many of my siblings have learned to wield some sort of weapon, apart from the little ones, of course. My elder sister Primus is well trained, even more than Kay is. You should see when they spar. But Kay makes up for his skill in the sword with his skills in messing with people's minds. But my father says that I have no need for any of that. He says that I'll always have him and my guards to protect me. Huh? Oh, well, I suppose that's true. While I'm here, I have a talented knight like you by my side as well. You're quite experienced, aren't you? The bow? That's quite amazing. You must be quite strong and precise to use that weapon. No, I'm not trying to flatter you, but I really do find you quite wonderful. I mean, you've even fought the Bregs before, right? Oh, I suppose we must have different names for them. I mean, the undead. That must be quite a terrifying thing. No, I have never seen one myself. I doubt Father would ever allow one to come near enough for me to even make out its shape. I've only read about them, but I do find them rather interesting. Well, not quite pure fear. I suppose there is a tinge of sadness, sympathy. To be condemned to eternal pain and suffering even after you've passed, to raise your hands against your loved ones without even the slightest control. Although, I suppose it is different when you're a high Breg. You have a conscience when you hurt others. But you are quite brave indeed, my prince. One day, perhaps we will understand why the undead wish to harm us, and to end their suffering. Those that tread in the land of limitation must meet their end eventually. No, I'm okay. Yes, I'm totally alright. No worries. Could you, give me that handkerchief? Apologies. Well, it is quite the unsightly scene. I did not want you to see me like this. Oh, well, that is rather kind of you to say. I'm glad that this doesn't scare you away. Thank you. No, I'm quite alright. In fact, despite this cough, I feel as if having you by my side makes me feel all the stronger. Your hand on mine makes me feel Good. It is warm. I like it. I wish I could have you by my side more often. It would have been nice had you been with me a few days ago. Oh, well, I woke up feeling rather unwell. My throat felt so dry. I was absolutely parched. But drinking water seemed to be of no avail. I got weaker, and I couldn't even sit up the other day. But apart from that thirst, I had the usual symptoms of my illness. Fatigue, chills, and that awful cough, as you've seen. It feels like it's burning my insides out. Yes, I know it is concerning, but, well, I manage. I swear. No need to be worried. I promise. A few days of rest and my medicine should have me up again soon. Huh? Yes. I take daily medicine and have a separate one for severe flares. My father, as I mentioned, has stakes in the pharmaceutical business within Ladle, right? Well, my father is a well-known herbalist and healer. Before he was Prince Consort, he was a herbalist that lived in the eastern halflands, close to the Targathon Gorge. My mother was touring the lands when several of her servants had fallen ill due to blight. My father quickly swept through the town, providing treatments. Mother said she had a particular interest in his talents, and quickly swept him up into her staff. Although, supposedly, he traveled quite often, only returning when necessary. They eventually fell for one another, and he became her first love. But he has a lab here and in Ladle, though he mainly stays at home now. He's formulated quite a few medicines, including this one. It generally suppresses the symptoms I have on a day-to-day basis. It's enough so I can function and live normally. But usually, after a few months, my body becomes quite weak and is susceptible to, well, the unsavory bits of my illness. I've been well for quite a few months now, but I suppose it might just be time for my dosage to increase again. It usually takes half a year or so before I require any changes to my medication. So, I suppose I'm a few months early. Oh? Well, yes. I visit the church of Morena 4 times a year. Spending a day or two in the land of Morai seems to cleanse me of my illness for a bit of time, though it is not permanent. And afterward, usually I'm allowed to take a different route back home into Atticus. I get to spend a day on Weirwood Island. It's like a little holiday. A tiny bit of freedom. The stars are quite bright there, and the breeze is strong as well. But, now, I cannot go back there any longer, now that Claris has made claims of possession. Still, I'll enjoy my time spent at the church. Huh? No, I did not think the Tower of Zinguis would be interested in my illness. Do they not just research magic and the blight? No, my father said that any research they did would be useless for me. He always reassured me that Attic magic and care was enough. No, I do not think you would allow it. It is in the far northeast, is it not? It is too far away. It is fine, though. I'll think about it, and maybe I'll ask again. Thank you for bringing it up with me. It was not even a thought in my mind. Huh? Oh, right. No, my arms do not hurt at all. You've likely never seen my bare arms before, right? Well, I tend to cover them for a reason. My scales are a bit more flared and visible during my bouts of illness, and I needed to let them breathe a little bit. Oh, well, I assume you must know a little bit about Atticus, yes? I did mention my lineage when we first met, but I suppose it is more complicated than that. The queens and royal family of Atticus are of dragonfolk blood. We are the direct descendants of the Lord of Dragons, King Cadebel, and his oath-sworn mate, Lady Vendre. It is said that their bond and blood runs deep and cannot be smothered with time. I suppose you humans don't necessarily have something like that. Well, for us Storia, specifically of royal blood, we have a certain person for us, someone who is bound to us through fate and magic. They may be Storia, human, or Vorso. Although it is a matter of chance and time to figure out who. We may not always meet them in our lifetime, and we'll have to meet them in the next. There are tells, as I'm told, and there is one surefire way to know, to make the oath complete. But I myself am unsure what they are. Well, Primus managed to find hers, but she refused to tell me. No, I'm not sure why, but I suppose it must be embarrassing then. She is composed most times, but around her oath-sworn mate, she's a fool, as she puts it. I suppose I'll understand if I meet them in my lifetime. But this is the fate all of us share. To find the one for us, like our ancestors did. But apart from this, all children of blood continue to bear the scales of King Cadebel. We also all hear the voice of the wind, as you've heard before. Some less than others, but... our green eyes were supposedly thanks to Lady Vendre. No. I've read quite a few books, but there are no records of what she was exactly, other than partly human. Though many visible traits and abilities of our predecessors have been a toss-up. My half-brother, Silex, for example, has beautiful, dark, bird-like wings he inherited from grandfather. Me? I'm not sure. Physically, I suppose I look elven-like, similar to my father. I also have fangs and scales. I'm not very sure about the fangs, but otherwise, when it comes to abilities, well, I'm also not sure. I've never gotten a real chance to try anything. Though, my earth magic, it likely stems from the first queen of Beldflos. Indeed, she was an ally of Empress Era all those centuries ago. I believe she must have been blessed by the conduits of the god Ocassus himself. Her magic was intense and powerful, and her political prowess was unmatched. I am quite prideful in my bloodline. I just wish that, well, I was stronger, to truly test those abilities. Perhaps someday. Well, I'm glad you have so much faith in me. I truly appreciate your presence here. But should you not be going? I'm sorry I've kept you here for so long. I hope I did not bore you. Huh? But you've helped to plan this all out. You can't miss it, can you? Ah, I see. I suppose the celebration will last a little while then. Well, if you wouldn't mind, will you keep me company for a little while more? Well, it is up to you. Stay as long as you'd like. Even the whole night if you wish. No, I'm not joking. I really wouldn't mind. I like you. I like talking to you. It's peaceful, in a way. I've only ever really talked to my siblings. I don't have many friends, and generally it's only correspondence through letters. To have you here is a blessing. It is true. It's not a jest. It is something entirely new to me. I've been sheltered for so long, and it just feels like I can breathe with you. Ever since I arrived here, I've experienced so many new things. I've seen so many new sights, met so many new people. Even the wind here is slightly different. There's been nothing else like it. You've allowed me to explore all these new things too. The beach was wonderful. The smell of salt, the tropical breeze in my hair, the warm sand beneath my feet, the color of the water. It is a memory I will keep dear forever. So thank you for allowing me to experience all these new things. Even if it might be for the last time. Don't make that face. I really do wish I could stay here to explore even more of Morena and to discover more about myself. But after the council is done with their meetings, I will head back again, likely for good. I won't be allowed out, not after becoming ill like this. So, thank you. I don't mean to be rude or to... I don't know. But I knew what your intentions were at the beginning. The rumors and your demeanor toward me made it click. I was likely just another girl to you. A pretty princess, a naive one, who would fall for your sweet smile and charming voice. I must tell you a secret, though. Although I admit it isn't much of one. I fell. I like you. I cannot lie about my attraction towards you. My heart feels as if there is a string tugging it toward you. There is an indescribable longing I have. And this is new. I've never had such feelings before. I've never had romantic feelings. Ones that make my stomach bubble and my heart pound so loudly I can hear it in my ears. I might call myself a fool. I admit it. I am concerned. You are well experienced with this sort of thing, romance and the like. Well, I am not. For all I know, I will simply be another girl to forget. Another girl who doesn't matter to you. Well, it certainly feels like it, since all those other girls have become nothing too. While you'll be the first man I ever come to like, perhaps even love. I hope that I too can become precious to you, to be special, like in all those stories I've read. So, I have a favor to ask of you. In my remaining days here in your lovely land, I would like it if you pretended, at least. Pretend that I have become precious to you for a little while. I'm sorry it is such an odd request. You are someone I have come to care for very deeply, even within this short span of time. It is a silly thought, but I would like to become the most special person to you. Someone who is best in your eyes, even if it is all an illusion. I must admit, I'd be happy, even if I know it's pretend. At least it would make me feel better, anyhow. I know how it must sound, but I want to love and feel loved. You are my first, even if it is short-lived. At least I was happy during that time. Do not be mistaken. I am not asking you to love me, truly. Just to give me the illusion of it. It is difficult to explain why I feel this way. I want to have a choice. One that is my own. My father has controlled nearly every movement of mine. Who I meet, what I can do, and who I am. I will be cooped up as I have for most of my life. I'll never be able to make true friends. I'll likely never find my oath-sworn mate. Father will likely choose my spouse if he believes it will benefit me. But my choices are not my own. I fear he may choose someone who I can never love. I understand his worries, and I know that he loves me, even if his actions choose to isolate me and hurt me. He does it because he is blind with worry and fear. I understand him, but I am allowed to be angry and saddened at the same time. Thus, with this short reprieve of freedom that I have been granted, my choice is you. To spend these last few weeks truly happy and free. To explore what love might mean and what it can be. But only if you decide to grant me such a favor. I simply ask for your continued kindness, if it is too much. It is selfish of me, after all. I know. It is rather strange, isn't it? I intended to hold these feelings back, but I needed to be honest. Huh? Tell me what? Perhaps you too have experienced something new then? You were nervous because of me? Well, I may be naive, but I want to be straightforward about how I feel. I apologize, though. It is rather cute to see you so flustered. Your heart, it beats so fast. As does mine. Maybe we can explore these new feelings together. If you wouldn't mind. You are who I want. Who I desire. More than anyone else. You've given me so much joy you cannot understand it. Do you feel that indescribable feeling too? It's like a thirst I cannot control. Then it is not me alone. I am incredibly happy. My prince. My lover? It has a nice ring to it. Does it not? I truly hope you don't share my feelings of pure obligation alone. I tease. I know. It would be rather difficult to fake the sound of your rapidly beating heart, or the warmth that colors your cheeks. This is something new, something both of us have yet to experience. A true yearning and pure romance. I knew you were a dream come true when I met you in the gardens. But are you all right? No. You look fine. Handsome, as always. But I just want to make sure that all of this is all right with you. I know it is sudden, and what I said before was rather confusing. I too am a bit worried about how things will pan out. But I simply want to exist in this moment for a little while, to soak up this happiness for a little longer. It feels so right to be in your arms like this. No, I'm okay. I'm more than all right. Actually, I have another favor to ask of you. Can I kiss you? The real kind. Not a greeting or goodbye. A real kiss. The kind between lovers. I wish to explore that sort of thing too. No, I'm all right. I feel fine. I feel rejuvenated, almost, being this close to you. I'll be okay. I swear. I'll tell you if I'm feeling off. I promise. Well, if I may. Is it always this awkward? Oh, I'm certainly nervous. Are you? It is mutual, then. I'm okay. I just feel a bit parched. No. Not for water. Ew.
Greetings, Crown Prince. It is a pleasure to see you as well. Indeed, I was sick for a long while, but I feel much better now. All that bed rest must have done me well. A week's long rest in bed would do anyone good, I suppose. Perhaps you could do with some rest, too. The past few weeks have been rather busy, haven't they? I hope your meetings have continued on smoothly. My mother has informed me that it has been quite a labor. I do appreciate you working with Atticus to help us, hopefully smooth things over with Chloris. I should only hope they listen to our pleas. My opinion? Well, I am not usually one to make comments regarding political matters, but I see no need for Chloris to take ownership or to expand any of their land. Chloris has many islands of their own to the west. I see no reason to take an island that has been decidedly Attican for centuries. What benefit would it even give to Chloris if they were to take ownership? I am afraid I shall never quite understand what their plans are. It is indeed a rather dangerous shift in peace. But no inklings whatsoever. Yes, I am friendly with their crown prince. I have kept correspondence with him for a little while. Pen pals of sort. Why might you ask? Most of the letters he sends are of non-importance to the realm. Just missives about daily activities, complaints, among other things. Mostly normal things you could send to any friend. Though I cannot spare any intimate detail regarding the letters. They are his business, after all. But I can assure you that he has never mentioned anything regarding our territory. Well, nothing strange regarding the letters, necessarily. But I suppose... again, not in regards to contents, but according to my maidens in Atticus, I have received no mail since the days of my departure. Often in days of the past where I would travel to the church and return home, I'd have a large pile of letters from him. So, I suppose that is strange. But that is really all I can tell you. I did send him one letter before I left. I told him that I would be leaving with my mother on a trip to Penkos for her summit with the Council of Astraea. But no reply afterward. I'm not even sure he received it. But I do hope, in due time, King Rio and his council shall see that these are quite the ill-fated decisions. The wind that blows from that region is most unhappy, like a smog has taken over. I, too, will pray for the best outcome. Indeed. There is little time before my departure back to Animo now. I've quite enjoyed my time in Speyer, although I am sure each region of Penkos has much to offer. Oh, yes. That would be a dream. I think if I could explore the rest of the country, that would be most wonderful. I hope I may someday, if fate were to have me do so. Speaking of fate, I have a question to ask. Well, if it is not too much trouble. Well, I was wondering if you have spoken to your brother, Prince Livius. A mood. Is that so? I hope not too much trouble has been brewing. Well, see, we had a conversation of sorts that went a bit awry. It was my fault, and I sort of shooed him out of my room. You heard about it? I do hope he didn't share too many details. Oh, how mortifying. Anyway, do you have any idea where he might be? I haven't seen him the past 3 days, and I wanted to apologize and reconcile with him. He's been running laps? Is he training? How odd. Well, it seems I'll have to go and find him then. Thank you for the lovely conversation, and for your help as well. Good day, Crown Prince. I figure he must be out here somewhere. At least that is what the Crown Prince said. He should be trustworthy enough. No, he did have a sly smile on his face as I was leaving. I do hope Livius told him very little of our conversation. Okay, Southern Field. It shouldn't be that hard to spot him, especially if he's supposedly running around like a madman. I'm quite curious as to why he's running laps out here. I must have truly frustrated him. I was so confused by the whole ordeal. I could not muster the courage to face him. I hope he does not hate me by now. I hurt him. In more than one way. Theina, what a mess you've made of things. I've never quite felt so frustrated before myself. Prince Livius! You frightened me. I have come to see you. No. I wanted to see you so badly. I'm sorry I did not come to you sooner. I had much to think about, and I did not want to impart my frazzled thoughts upon you before I was ready. I missed you too. I wanted to see you, but I couldn't quite bring myself to. Are you feeling all right? I was quite worried about you. Does it hurt? Where Are you sure? I bit you rather hard. Can I see your neck? Good. I'm glad that the marks have faded. I was afraid I would have marked you. Oh, stop joking. I would never want to mark you. It wasn't even supposed to happen in the first place. But at least you seem like you're still in good spirits. I was afraid that you would be terribly angry, that you would hate me. I thought because I had bit you and then pushed you away with no explanation that you would despise me, that you had become frightened of me. No? It was just so sudden, so strange. I'm sorry I did not come to you sooner to explain my feelings, but I wasn't ready. I just feel so ashamed and embarrassed that I did that to you. I'll never hurt you again. No. I suppose I cannot promise. I truly do not know what overcame me back then. I might do it again, but I feel perfectly fine now. But no, I suppose I cannot promise that I won't hurt you again. I never meant to hurt you, but are you truly fine with that? It must have been frightening. I must have scared you, and then I pushed you away, avoided you. I was just so scared that I'd bite you again. Or, gods know what else I could do. I was scared and frightened myself. I just needed time. Exactly, I had no idea what was happening to me. It felt like I was in a trance, and then I realized what I had done. I am glad that you can understand me somewhat. If I need time ever again, I suppose I should at least tell you before completely disappearing. Well, I certainly don't think I'll be making a habit of biting you. At least I'll try not to. No, I am rather curious about the entire thing. I conferred with my mother. Of course, I didn't tell her about the entire conversation, but I told her about having a rather strange craving. I told her about my thirst of sorts for blood. In truth, I've had the strangest thirst. I could not quench it with any amount of water or juice. No, I've never felt such a thing before. It seems to just have happened the night we met. Something about that night changed me. But after I bit you, I had a taste of your blood. That feeling has gone away entirely. I feel perfectly normal now. Better, really. My illness faded quickly and I stopped flaring. I haven't even really needed to take any medicine. As if your blood has healed me. At least a little bit. Normally a trek out this far would be far too much for me. But I feel healthy. For the first time in a long time. See, after talking to my mother, she has theorized that it has something to do with my bloodline. I've told you before that we are a mix of different Storia. Remember my scales? All royal children are imparted with the scales of King Cadebel, but mine become particularly rough and spread on my body whenever my illness worsens. My nails lengthen, my eyesight heightens, and my teeth become particularly sharp. I believe the fangs to also be a part of Cadebel's legacy, but perhaps it is something else. My illness seems to make my traits much more visible, more present. They affect me much more. So, perhaps it is a combination of both my illness and my bloodline. My mother said that there were always theories about what Lady Vendre was. We knew she was partly human and part Storian, but none of my family have ever experienced bloodlust. So, I wonder if whatever Lady Vendre was, her blood has lain dormant, and my illness seems to have brung it to the forefront, making it active. The Storia that exist today that consume blood are extremely rare and few in number. Most often it is not their main source of food either, although There is one creature that comes to mind, considering all the effects. The vampires. They were an ancient Storian race. They were some of the first of Morena's creations. I know very little about them, as they were mostly told through the lens of a fable. Well, according to the legends, vampires were wishmakers, an extension of Morena's blessing. Like the king of Witchroot, he had made a contract with one, and kept her in his court. He was greedy and continually allowed her to feed from him. But she would warn him again and again that if he did not follow the path laid out for him, his kingdom would fall. In the end, he betrayed her trust, and soon the kingdom of Witchroot fell into ruin. But the wish-making is not what makes me convinced. It is the other powers they have. They not only have the power to grant wishes, but to bend fate, and to see memories. Yes, memories. And I too. Yes. When I drank your blood, I saw all of your memories. I saw everything. They all flashed into my mind, becoming my own. Every single one up until that very night. I heard it all. I saw it all. No, my prince, I am far from disgusted. After I saw those memories, my heart only ached for you more. I would never be disgusted by such a thing. I have learned much about you. It felt as if I was reaching deep into your heart. I wept for you. I felt angry. I felt joy. I felt so horribly upset for you. I saw many things, I'm sure of which you never really wanted anyone to see. For that I apologize. For seeing your memories. They were yours. It was an invasion of privacy, even if I had little control over it. I suppose now, though, I can understand you a little more. I know who you are and how you've come to be. And now that I know, I must also apologize again. I feel terrible about how our conversation went, not just for the bite, but for the way in which I expressed my feelings and how I wished for them to be reciprocated initially. I expressed my feelings with no hope of your true affections returned. I knew you liked to have fun. That, from what I heard, many of your past encounters were brief. That is why I said I would be happy if you had been simply pretending to be fond of me. I said I would not mind, but in truth, it was a rather selfish ask of you, and a disservice to my own newfound feelings. It is true, I would be a little happy to spend more time with you, but I would be using you to fulfill my wishes, to be loved by you. I do not want to use you like that, especially after all that I know now. I hope that my initial plea to you did not influence your declaration afterwards. I truly want to explore a love with you, free from any falsities, one that is earnest and true. I know this is new for both of us. I truly enjoy spending my time with you. It always feels easy, comfortable, like we've always been friends. I know you were caught off guard, putting much more effort into our budding acquaintanceship. I never knew I could miss someone so quickly. I like you a lot, and I hope you truly do too. So, I apologize. I never meant to hurt you even more, if I did. I know other people have used you before. I have seen what they did to you, and I will not be one of them. Yes, I saw that too. I saw everything, as I said. And I am so sorry for what you went through. I'm pained even thinking of it. I know it is in the past, but I care about you. And that is why it bothers me so. That is why it matters to me. Surely the pain has carried on in your heart. I've noticed it very often. How you always act as if nothing bothers you. Like what affects you means nothing. Like it doesn't mean anything at all, even though you were hurt like that. Like no one will care. But I do. I care about you so much. Those women were monsters. Even they knew it. This Lady Wynne was a monster. You were so young and vulnerable, and they tricked you. They lured you and used you and abandoned you as if it meant nothing. And I hate them. I hate them for you. They are vile. Ever since seeing your memories, I wanted to hug you, just like this, to help heal whatever pains you have. I know nothing I say will reverse whatever happened. I cannot change your past, nor change how they have affected you. But I hope that perhaps you will let me stay by your side to help make your future a much brighter and safer place. Your history, well, I suppose that is a complicated matter. I know you initially approached me as another conquest, a pretty woman with care for status. I understand that your worldview was constructed over time with a rather sour string of experiences in love. It was a misunderstanding, and you and I both know that I am no conquest. I have nothing to gain from you in position or power. I am in the very same place as you. You are my equal in the world. My attraction to you was born out of no such thing. My heart simply wants you. It is simple as that. You are incredibly funny and silly, although I suspect some of it comes from that very same nonchalant behavior to off-put the seriousness of everything. But regardless, you still manage to make me laugh till my stomach hurts. You have an eye for detail and the beauty of the realm. You are strong and adventurous. You are incredibly loyal, courageous, and you definitely make the effort to show care to those you truly love. You made those efforts for me, and so that is what I care about. That is what I keep in mind and heart. So I find no disgust in it, Livius. But it would be a lie to say that your history did not bother me. But I am not judging you for it. Not everyone was brought up with the proper way to loving someone. If that was all you understood, how could I judge you for that? Whatever reasons for your relations are your own. I am only worried about how you will perceive and act in our relationship moving forward because of it. I want us to both learn what it means and what it is to be in a healthy and loving relationship. The real thing, not some source of comfort to take away the emptiness. I shall only judge you if you'd continue to place those same judgments and actions upon me as those other women. So from here on out, let us be truly transparent with one another about our feelings, our hopes, our worries, and our souls. Let us try, yes? Then do not think such a thought. Do not think you will hurt me. Believe in me and yourself. I am sure we will have many, many challenges along the way. But that does not mean I wish to give up on us already, before we've even really started. But yes, I do want to continue. The real question is if you are. Then it is settled. We will try, and if it fails, then we will know we need more time, and that more thought is needed. But I am very hopeful in us. Now, come and sit with me for a while. My legs are a tad weary from the walk. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Any normal person would certainly become a bit tired, wouldn't they? I was looking absolutely everywhere for you. I do wish the wind would have every answer for me, but the wind does not always hear me, even if I can always hear it. It was your brother that led me to you. I ran into him while looking for you. We had a small conversation. Well, we talked about the summit a bit, as well as possible reasons why Claris had chosen to be so reckless, but I had no clues, even with my close connections, I suppose. Yes, you are right. The summit is nearly over now. My time in Penkos will come to an end. We haven't had much time, have we? Well, we must make the best of my time here together then. But when I am home, well, it will be most difficult to spend any time together anymore. The most important thing, though, is that we continue to talk. Perhaps through letters. When you have time away from your duties, perhaps you can visit me. Does that sound plausible? Good. We can deal with the specifics of it later. For now, we can just enjoy our time together. Yes? I have a few ideas. Perhaps to one of your great theaters. I've heard the Spain thespians are a rather talented bunch. I think it would be rather fun to go see a performance. Or a visit to the great libraries. I do love myself a good book. And I would like to go shopping in Speyer. I'd like to bring back a few souvenirs for my siblings. Your specialty candies and treats. That sort of thing. I look forward to our little adventures then. In the meantime, what would you like to do now? If you have time. Very well, if that is what you wish. I suppose you don't know my whole life story yet. Perhaps we can cover some of it while we spend our time together. No, I'm in no rush to go anywhere. I'm content telling my tales right here, next to you. Livius, I really like you. I'm glad you do too. Oh, I would love to kiss you. Would you like to kiss me? Good. Who is it?
It is Princess Nacaea.
By all means, come on in.
Your Royal Highness. I am afraid that the affairs of late have left me rather absent during your visit here. I would have liked to talk to you more.
Oh, I was more than pleased by the past visit alone. I am most grateful for another.
And you are well now, I hear.
Very much so. I have, never felt better.
Very good. It would have been a shame to spend your last week here ill. I do hope you enjoyed this place, regardless of the circumstances.
Oh, I really have. Your land is breathtaking and your people so kind. I have been in good company.
Yes, I have heard. My brother, Livius, he has kept you entertained, hasn't he?
He's been most kind and caring. I do appreciate the hospitality and attention he has given me.
It is a surprise. A welcome one, of course.
A surprise? How so?
He is most often carefree in his ways. He floats about, paying little mind to anything. He likes what he likes, and he does what he does. His attention is most often fleeting.
I am quite aware of his tendencies, former and current. We have had many conversations as such.
I dare not say it is a bad thing, nor am I implying so, though I admit it irks me, and pleases me as well.
I know very well of the hardships you both have had. He's grown up happy and unhappy. But he lives a life in which he can be fleeting, thanks to you. He did smile quite falsely and continues to, but he shows kindness and grace to me without such lies. His love for me renders him unable to, I think.
Love, you say? That is a rather strong word.
I do not think I could call it much else.
And do you love him?
Perhaps you would think it too soon. But I do. Perhaps it is naive of me to think of this as love. Most would see it as infatuation, but it is not so.
How would you describe it then? This feeling of love, as you call it.
Are you worried for your brother? I know why, but I would never take advantage of him.
I am worried. I suppose he has disclosed to you his past. I will not speak of it unless in his presence, but such a thing has made me wary of anyone that interacts with him, of anyone that claims to love him.
That is reasonable. But I care not for his status. Such a thing hardly matters to me. I do not gain any amusement from his pain or suffering. And though I feel a otherworldly attraction to him, I feel it is not superficial. He does not make me blind to the truth or to who he is. This attachment to him is more than a temporary one, or one born out of ulterior motives.
You seem kind and truthful. As you are aware, it's hard to hide the truth from us, from the imperial family, due to the gifts bestowed upon us. We see intentions very clearly, through hues that emanate from your body. Though not always accurate, if you are sly enough to find tricks around it. But it is more than sufficient enough to see through the average person. But if one loves another enough, they'll make themselves blind to their true colors.
I understand. I know you are protective of Livius, despite the distance placed between you even now. You're looking out for him, as kin should. Despite the other forces, well, frankly, your mother, she has been unkind to both of you, pitting you against one another. And even if you can see how cruel she is, you can't help but love her, can you? But I promise that I hold Livius very dearly, even within such a short amount of time. I know not of what the future holds for us, but during the time being, I wish to be close to him, to be his confidant and friend, to stay in his heart.
Well, I too would have been concerned about the time frame, but I see you wish to grow with him, and I am glad at the very least he has someone like you by his side. He might seem confident and lively, but in truth, it's just another mask. Though he's very sociable, it never goes beyond that, just talk. It's just to keep up appearances. A big show, if you will. So, it's quite unusual and pleasing to hear the lengths he would go for you.
Ah, you must be speaking of our trip tomorrow. Yes, I too can see the effort he puts in. He's much concerned regarding my illness, so I am rather thankful he's taken the time to seek out help during my, well, remaining time here.
Well, I hope it will be fruitful.
Oh, Livius. Good evening.
Good greetings, brother. I was just here to visit our guest. I heard she was off on a trip with you, and wanted to stop by and say hello, in case I could not give her my farewell.
Of course I am. Your sister was wonderful to talk to.
What? Do you think I'd be rude to our guest? You think so little of me. I suppose it's a bit of a surprise. You're right, Livius. Typically, I would be with the Queen at this hour. She's gotten busier, as of late. I don't see her as often and such. I found the time to visit. But I will be on my way. Have a good trip, you two. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thank you, Princess. Have a most wonderful evening. No, Livius, trust me. She wasn't rude or crazy or anything like that. You make her sound like a madwoman. I know. You're just worried. It's true. She still carries love for your mother. But she is yet to be tainted. She may seem to keep you at an arm's length, but she does so to protect you. If she shows any weakness, you know your mother will exploit it. But truly, she was just here for a pleasant conversation. Indeed, it is true. A pleasant conversation. She was curious about the rather sudden change in behavior from you. You care for me. That surprised her. But I hardly think it is one. No? I think you've always been kind. You just hide yourself far too much. Don't be so bashful. Though I suppose it's rather cute. Don't do what? You really are cute, though. What? We did say we'd be transparent about our feelings, didn't we? You're quite adorable, so it's hard not to say it. And you're very sweet as well. Thank you. Oh, speaking of sweet, it is rather kind of you to arrange this trip for me on such a short notice. I know it must have been quite a lot of work to organize it all. I too hope the trip will be fruitful. Perhaps we will find something that helps link everything together. All my symptoms, all this pain. Something about Lady Vendre, even. But I appreciate the effort, all the same. I have always wanted to see Campy. I've read books about it, but I never visited. My father said all the snow and frost was far too much for my constitution. But I've dreamed of visiting the home of our ancestors. Much of my kin is still there. I'll be glad to see my aunt once more and Cyril as well. Oh, I'm sure Cyril was enthusiastic. I know he's been quite the studious boy all his life, so he must be quite excited to help the Imperial family with his skills. I think he's actually quite fond of you. Well, I heard mentions of you before, remember? While I was at Morai, participating in the chorus and getting treatment from St. Strea, I ran into Cyril quite a few times. He was researching dragonfolk, in fact. His, mother, Countess Nadia of Citus? I believe she was born in Morai, a human mother and a Storian father. We got into discussion about the history of various bloodlines that intersected within the various royal families, as well as the imperial one. led to the discussion of, well, your family. The tidbit he mentioned of you. He mentioned your reputation, that you were a brilliant student, but the rumors and circumstances of your leisurely activities muddled your shine, as he put it. If people could look past it and see you for your intellect, he said, I suppose it makes you a bit unassuming, unambitious, and all for fun and folly. But in some ways that was the point, wasn't it? But anyhow, I suppose that's why he's so eager to work with you. It's rather adorable of him. Oh, please, Livius. Adorable in a childlike way. He seems rather young, though he seems to feign his maturity quite a bit. Well, I suppose this will be quite the exciting trip for him then, to help research in such a great library, and an ancient one too. Indeed, I do think it will be a good trip for all of us, beneficial in each and every way. Thank you, again. Livius? Will you stay a while tonight? I just want you to be next to me for a while longer is all. We don't have much time left anymore. Why don't you tell me more about your life? I have seen it all, yes, but I want to know from you, from your own mouth. Perhaps you can start with your earliest childhood memories, the happy ones. Hiding under tables during parties? Where did you learn to do that from? You must have given your parents a big fright, huh? Even then, you were a troublesome tyke. I can imagine it now. Little ones running about and making a mess of things. Oh, I hope it wasn't too soon to talk about such a thing. But imagine, two perfect little ones causing havoc amongst the family. I can really see it, you know?
Your Royal Highness, Prince Livius, and Your Royal Highness, Princess Theina. It is a pleasure to meet with you both. I apologize for the wait.
Thank you, Cyril. You're not late by any means, so do not apologize. In fact, we should be thanking you for taking the time to meet with us under such short notice.
It is an honor, ma'am, to serve Prince Livius and yourself. It is what a humble servant ought to do.
Indeed, Livius is right. You need not be rigid with us, please. It will not do. Just Livius and Theina are all right. You're doing us a great favor after all, and you are practically family to me.
If it pleases you both, then very well. Now, we best get going. I know we cannot stop very often due to the time constraints. We will travel at night and rest shortly in the daylight.
Oh, are these the Equinix? A most lovely and special creature. I've never seen one in the flesh and have only read of them. Gentle yet hardy, aren't they?
Indeed. These are special creatures meant for night travel, treasured across their natural habitat in Citus and Mount Campi. I assure you that our travels to Mount Campi will be met with ease, thanks to them.
Yes, let's begin our journey. Thank you, Livius. Yes, very comfortable. I promise. I must thank both of you, really. I did not think I would ever get the chance. I've been looking forward to this ever since you brought it up, Livius. I do hope this will bring us some answers.
Speaking of answers, when you contacted me, I was surprised. Though it was just a legend, I too knew it must have come from some sort of truth. So I looked through my family's library and my uncle's.
Once Livius knew of the sudden transformation, he acted on whatever knowledge he had. I knew of Campy's involvement, but not so much of Citus's. What exactly did you find in your libraries?
Well, frankly, not very much. It seems to have been a stain on the family, our involvement with vampires. Any mention of such a thing begins with Duke Avon, but tapers off quite quickly. You are correct to say so, Livius. Duke Avon is recognized as one of the greatest in Citus's history. Without him, we may have never gotten access to the mines of Campy. Could have lost a great ally if not for Duke Avon's efforts.
So then, how exactly is he involved in all this? Why do rumors begin during his reign?
Well, take a look at these. Between Lord Avon and his stewardess.
Not just any letters, Livius. Love letters. Hidden between the messages of business. Here, listen. It is upon Morena's blessing that spring is to soon come upon us. The skies have begun to open, and a sorrowful rain has cast itself upon the land, my lord. I do believe that this shall be fruitful for your success after such an unfavorable winter. May you return soon from Manium. The sky shall surely rain for a while, so let your travels be quick and safe. Etherbend. An unfavorable winter, a colder relationship, spring coming up upon them, a newfound love or even life. The rain might be our continued affections that will remain, waiting for his return.
I could not read between such lines. I was going to simply say that his stewardess was a veiled woman, often seen closely tending to him. There's not much known about her, but there were rumors that she was, well, a vampire. This letter, I believe, to convey the use of her powers.
Perhaps we are both right. A show of her powers. If all that is true about vampires. Rain for a fruitful spring, and rain as a show of her love. Do you know any more?
She was his only counsel up until her death. Unfortunately, not much more, but I realized that my aunt might know better. So I wrote to her, and with much excitement, she has told me that we are most welcome there.
I see. Well, thank you, Cyril, for everything. Is there anything else I need to read? Perhaps we could discover more on the way, since perhaps I have and you do not.
Yes, here. I brought everything that had any relation to Lord Avon and his rise to power.
Cyril? Wake up, child. It seems we're here now.
Yes, I apologize. I find myself rather fatigued as of late. But yes, these are the great gates of the valley, home to House Calum. It has been a long while since I last visited.
No worries. I just wanted you to have some time to wake up is all. I myself have obviously never visited, but Lady Nacaea has visited Animo a few times. Stern? Lady Nacaea? I've never seen her as such. A very warm woman, is she not?
cold as the mountains itself. Hardly. She's as warm as var for molten lava. Let us exit then. It's finally time. Ready as I'll ever be, Livius.
Good greetings, little prince. It is a great pleasure to host you. I trust that your journey was most comfortable. Now, what of Cyril and Theina?
Right here, Lady Nacaea. Good greetings to you. It is of great joy to see you in such good health. I thank you for your graciousness and hospitality.
Oh, my dearest Cyril, how you've grown! A fine young man. Your father tells me you've entered the academy. Oh, what a proud aunt I am. You will grow to be a wonderful scholar as your father once was.
Thank you, Lady Nacaea. Your praises are far too kind. Auntie Nacaea.
Hello, Aunt Nacaea. I am so very glad to see you again, and to visit your home. I thank you for taking the time to host us. I do apologize for such late notice, but my time here will be ending shortly, and I must return home to Atticus soon.
Do not apologize, my darling child. I would suspend all affairs here if you needed me. Anything for my dearest family. Now let's go inside. It's cold out here. Now, it is my understanding that you came here in search of more information regarding your illness.
Yes. My illness has always been treated by my father, but little has worked, and he does not believe that anyone else can help. My father was a great healer, and perhaps his pride has clouded him. Any suggestions I give are waived. But I was granted a journey with my mother to the great land at Penkos. But the medicine I received that I typically take did not lessen my suffering. Well, recently, anyway. My bloodlines, many and great, seem to have become increasingly obvious as I sicken. My scales are flared, my senses enhanced, and recently I have acquired a thirst for blood. Livius and I have theorized to be related to that of vampires.
Gille, that ungrateful and pathetic louse. He thinks he knows everything. But trust me, he is way in over his head. I apologize for speaking of your father in such a manner, but he has always been prideful to a fault, blinded by his own ambitions. Nevertheless, I am happy to help.
I have found some evidence in Citus's library that there was a great trade of sorts between our dukedom and Mount Campi. It's noted as a great sacrifice from Duke Avon in his later years. Could this be?
Ah, yes. This is not well known to many, but this is what solidified our allyship. In the past, your people often traded certain goods to the dragonfolk for mining rights.
What sort of goods?
Humans. Oh, I know, it seems rather gruesome at first, doesn't it? Of course, the humans believed we ate them, treating them like delicacies, but was nothing of the sort. Well, later on, anyhow.
So, what made this great sacrifice so important compared to the others?
She was Duke Avon's illegitimate daughter, one he prized, apparently.
Do we know who the mother might have been?
It must have been the stewardess, the vampire woman, Etherbend.
This illegitimate daughter was not just a sacrifice, however. She was also our queen, mother to your great Queen Beltfoss.
Do you think, then, there might be more information upon this queen? Perhaps more on the effect of her lineage?
It is certainly plausible. Perhaps it would also be worth looking into the specifics on dragons as well, since it is all your symptoms that seem to act up.
Yes, I think that would be a very good idea.
Well then, welcome to my great library. You may read anything you like for the duration of your stay. I suggest we begin in this section over here. It documents anything and everything between the birth of Kincaid Bell to his death.
Thank you, Auntie. You too, Cyril. Let's begin then.
I found something. Come look at this.
Oh, finally! What have you found?
Here. This scroll details something interesting about the union of Lady Vendre, the sacrifice, and King Cateball. Supposedly, they were both struck with illness, but soon after their marriage, they were suddenly healthy once more. It was a unique ceremony that dealt with the use of blood magic and feeding.
Blood magic was a common occurrence back then, when the creatures born from Morena were still living with her memories. The Southlands continue such a tradition for marriage, isn't that right?
Yes, that is true. We cut our palms and bathe in water together, but it's not really magic. It is symbolic of Morena's blessing, but there's no drinking of blood involved. Do we know what they were afflicted with?
Queen Vendre? No. Kincaid Bell? Yes. As the dragons grew older, straying further from the grace of their creator, they grew sick with the madness. The madness was something associated only with the dragons. They were one of Morena's first creatures, and therefore very flawed. They were beings constructed of pure magic. As they grew older, they became more volatile, madness setting quicker if they were mixed with many elements. It was said, if the mana inside the body was uncontrolled, shifting was uncontrollable. The mind was no longer one's own, and would lead to catastrophic destruction.
Then this ritual, the feeding, do you think it's what stopped the madness?
The feeding was part of a binding ritual, a contract set between the two. Perhaps it was King Catebell's wish to stop the madness, hence why all those after his reign no longer suffered.
Right. So that perhaps solves the mystery. Then what about Queen Vendre? Perhaps it is the feeding itself that saved her.
It sounds the most likely, but I think it is time we rest.
But I have hardly made a dent in all these books. There could be more, perhaps on Queen Vendre's magic.
There might certainly be more information, but it is getting late. I believe it is your bedtime, Cyril. You have been nodding off, after all.
I wasn't. But very well, Aunt Nacaea. I could perhaps use some sleep. I bid you all good night, but I will do my utmost tomorrow to find some answers for you.
Good night, Cyril. Thank you.
You too. Theina, Livius, it's time we all rest. Do not worry, my dear. We have already found much information. Perhaps it may not make much sense now, but it will later. I will continue my search for information after you leave as well.
All right. I am rather feeling fatigued. My eyes are practically burning. Thank you once more again, Auntie.
Anything for you, dear. Now go. Sleep. And Livius, do take care of my niece. She is fragile and in need of help. Help that our father cannot give her. Do everything that you can to save her. Throw away your own pride to do so. Now go. Good night, my children.
Perhaps I am beginning to experience madness. It is all leading me to this dragonborn illness. I cannot be sure, but that's what it seems like. If Vendre was indeed of vampire origin, and Cadebell a dragon, I am both. Thus far, it seems like that will only be a temporary fix. But I cannot continue to rely on... Oh, I didn't realize you could hear me that loudly. I was lost in my own thoughts. Though we have uncovered very little, something is making me rather nervous. I'm beginning to think that perhaps whatever this illness is, it might be related to the madness the dragonfolk experience. But it is odd. Why only myself? Why not my sisters or my brothers who share the same blood? I have no way to be sure yet, till we find more evidence of it. I can make but a few connections. My symptoms consist of a few things. 1, I produce blue flowers. 2, my various traits, which are usually subtle, become stronger and more noticeable. Typically my scales and nails and teeth. Madness is marked by both uncontrolled mana and shifting. Those blue flowers are often a symbol of Morena's magic. They're all over the church, in paintings, and even on the book St. Strea carries around. I don't understand what the flowers mean exactly, but I can assume it's some sort of manifestation of magic. While the increased intensity of my traits, perhaps in a way that is the uncontrollable shifting. And thus far, well, there's something else that makes me nervous. While the medicine has waned in effectiveness, but what has made me feel better is blood. Your blood. But I am beginning to think that it is a temporary fix as well. I've been getting weaker again. The journey has made me weary. I am afraid I will need to feed soon. And it is not a solution, just a bandage that will need to be replaced again and again. Of course it's a problem. I cannot be reliant on your blood. I do not want to hurt you. You would be willing. Livius, Well, I care for you. If being with me hurts you, I don't want to. We don't have to. I do want to be with you, but I don't want this illness of mine to hinder you. Surely it will become bothersome over time. Perhaps even blood will no longer make a difference, and I will only decline from there. Wouldn't you be better off with someone healthy? I've been a burden my whole life, Livius. Ever since I was young, when my illness first appeared, my father, he has done everything he can to protect me. I cause everyone around me so much stress, I can hardly endure it. I have a lot of guilt. Though it is no fault of my own, I just wish I didn't cause others so much pain. If we want a future together, it will be difficult. I will become your burden. This sudden discovery of love made me forget for a moment. It is important we think about your future, especially if mine may not be for long. I want us, but this sudden turn again, it makes me afraid, especially since I'll be far away again and there are so many barriers, So much that could go wrong. It's making me feel rather irrational, despite speaking so confidently just a few days before. These are serious matters, Livius. You may grow tired of me. I may no longer meet your needs. I might not be enough someday. Are you really willing to sacrifice so much for me? If you are sure. But what am I able to give up for you? If it is just my love you need, it is not a fair price. But if you are willing to do all that for me, if you can accept all of me, all the pain I may cause, then very well. I just wanted to know for sure. I wanted to be able to share my reservations with you first, since I'll be leaving soon. Once you knew of my thoughts, we could make it clear whether or not you wanted to continue our relationship. This sudden weakness has made me rather afraid. But I am glad that I can confide in you regarding my fears. Please let me know as well. If you have any reservations or worries or anything at all, we promise to be transparent after all. Do you have any reservations at this very moment? Oh. I wish I could stay as well. Forever, if I could. It would make things easier for the both of us. We could continue to grow out our love more easily. None of this is ideal. But my love for you exceeds the pain it may cause. We are worth it. I know we will fight tooth and nail to make this work. Thank you for everything. Oh? What else are you worried about? I am much weaker again. I noticed a familiar sensation of thirst again. On the night we left the capital. I'm afraid I'll need to feed, if you are willing. Of course, I could always try an alternative. Perhaps an animal's blood? That is very greedy of you. I suppose, if you insist, it must be you. Would you allow me again tonight? A reward? What kind of reward? A secret? Well, how can I accept then? Nothing nefarious, you say. Fine, I believe you. Very well. Apologies for the sting. Much better. Did I hurt you? That's a relief. Let me clean this up. There. So, what sort of reward did you have in mind? Is that all you wanted? Very well. It is cold after all. Come here. It's much warmer in my arms, huh? Are you sleepy? Well, close your eyes. I do not mind. Oh, shh.
you may stay. Stay forever, if you will. Shall I sing you a song?
Oh, to see without my eyes, the first time that you kissed me, boundless by the time I cried. I built your walls around me. White noise, what an awful sound. Fumbling by white waters, feel my feet above the ground. Hand of God, deliver me. Oh, 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 it's me. The first time that you touched me. Oh, will wonders ever cease? Blessed be the mystery of love.
So, this is it. Our last morning together. At least for a little while, anyway. But I do figure it will be a long time before I'll be able to see the rising sun from this horizon again. Are you still sleeping? Livius. You're being silly, aren't you? You know you have to wake up at some point, Livius. Staying asleep won't keep me from going. There they are, those beautiful eyes of yours. Good morning, my love. My dearest, my one and only. Did you have any dreams? Well, you must have some dreams. I know your sleeping schedule is rather strange, but still. Oh? Really? Well, I suppose sleeping in the arms of the woman you love is much more comforting and relaxing than the cold silt of Lamentation. I am glad to have helped, even if for a little while. Still, surely you must sleep for more than just 2 hours at a time. I'm concerned. It must be taxing for your body, no? Well, a clear mind is a must to make clear decisions. Fine. Well, I always have dreams. Rather vivid ones, I might say. Yes, they're cryptic most times. Images that flash by me, blurry faces, sometimes just voices. I can never tell what they seem to mean. But recently, for the first time in a while, my dreams have been pleasant, almost slower in pace. Might I tell you the one I had last night? Well, I dreamt of a field of blue. At the center of it, a delicate pale blue flower made of shards of crystal, cracked. It was reflecting light. Yes, the light of the sun at all different angles. I was curious and I attempted to touch it, and as I did, 2 more flowers grew by its side. A fragrant yellow bloom and a vibrant violet one. They almost seemed to glow and fade in the wind, changing hues, it seemed. Finally, when the wind subsided, the crystal was made anew. But then I woke up. I know not what it meant, but it felt calming, warm. But enough about dreams. We're awake now. How do you feel? Well, it's certainly a simple word, though very accurate. Sad. I too feel the very same. Though we have spent quite a lot of time together, it was far too short, wasn't it? I was grateful to have met you, Livius. You have shown me so much in the time that I've been here. A world I never knew of before. Newfound feelings as well. I thought I'd only be able to read about such acts of love and never experience them myself, yet here you are. I am both sorrowful and filled with joy. As heartbreaking as it is to leave you, all this time spent with you was well worth the hurt. I've told you before that however fleeting, I would be happy, no matter the outcome. I really never felt so much happiness and anguish at the same time. And what about you, Livius? Do you have any regrets or reservations? Well, I suppose that is true. I wish we could have met sooner. Perhaps spend more time together. Still, thinking back on it, I find it a blessing to have met you at such a time and a place. Had we somehow passed each other by, how sad would that be? It is a good thing we ran into each other at that garden. From what I've heard, actually, there are often meetings of great importance there. I wonder, perhaps one day there might even be a silly myth about it. Well, I don't know. Maybe, like, if you are to coincidentally meet with someone there, they will be the love of your life. Perhaps there could be a little bit more detail, but still. Well, I would be one to believe it. After all, I met you there. And I do believe that you are the love of my life. My heart is tender and a bit naive to think about it so soon, but I think that when you know, you simply know. I can feel it. Maybe it's that strange, mystical spark I spoke of before. I do not want to lay it on too thickly, as one might say, but it is all true. My heart feels so light and full of joy with you, so much so that I cannot imagine life any other way. Our bond feels special. It is indescribable. I love you. I really, really do. It only makes it hurt more, hearing you say that too. Knowing that I must depart soon. Do you think it will be difficult being apart? Well, no, it certainly won't be the same. Letters will suffice for a time, I suppose. And you'll be busy again, won't you? There will be many things that take up your time and keep your mind occupied. You need to focus on your missions after all. Are you ever scared? Whilst in Lamentation? The land of lamentation. I have heard and read many tales of the place after all. It certainly frightened me growing up. I suppose it is uncanny, isn't it? The life gone, yet the soul teeming and trapped within a corpse. I always pray that they will be released one day from their unending torture. I will make sure to pray for you and your soldiers, to return home safely, that you may find what you are looking for at the stronghold, that it will bring progress in saving their souls. It will be quite a few months before you will return. I hope it is a quick few months. I will miss you too, my love. Of course, I will send many letters. I will await a request to visit our home in Animo from you. I am sure that my mother will be delighted. I just want to stay like this. It is nice and warm, isn't it? Well, I needn't get ready for a little while anyway. So, let's enjoy the sunrise for a little bit longer. I love you, Livius. I always will. My dearest Livius, I am well. The moons are bright once again tonight. They always remind me of you. I long to be with you again. And I hope you are warm and safe despite Lamentation being frigid. May you rest well and that your heart and mind stay sound. I have spent my days sewing again. My latest project is a dress. I was to make a fine wedding gown for one of my cousins. Her family colors are blue, and as such I chose a pale, shimmering color, not so much like the sky, but like frost. It's been my most difficult project by far, but I've had a lot of fun. My sister wore a green gown to her own wedding. A deep, evergreen color. I suppose Prince Jimmy did marry into our family and not so much the opposite. Otherwise, her gown may have been white. With some time off, I made you a handkerchief. Though it may not be the most practical, I made it with love, and I hope it will be a reminder of my care and loyalty to you. I am sorry I cannot write the longest of letters to you. My hand feels fatigued as of late, but I think all the handiwork is getting to me. I will write to you again very soon, with prayers of safety and love. Theina. Dearest Livius, I am elated to hear that you've been well. I hope you don't mind the little trinket. A few of the orcs from YangWa came bearing gifts, and this stone reminded me of your eyes and your hair. I know you have no use for it at the moment, but it's a token of my love. I am filled with much warmth reading your letters, which helps a lot. It has become colder in Animo, and the frost has begun to set in. It reminds me of our little visit to Mount Campy, though it never snows like that here. Cyril and my aunt have been sending me a few letters. They've been keeping me informed of any information they've found on my conditions. Auntie's still rather cross with my father, but he's been doing his best. I am at ease with my current condition. And I've heard from my aunt that supposedly Cyril is in talks to be engaged. One arranged, however, to the younger sister of Adelskios or something. I remember you telling me about him. At the very least, it isn't set to happen for a while anyway. Well, I will continue to keep you and your soldiers in my thoughts. May I write again soon. With much love, Theina. Dear Livius, I wish I could have celebrated the northern solstice with you. In our tradition, we typically give one another items made by hand, even if it is poor in quality. It is a symbol of hard work and dedication. I have sent a shirt alongside this letter. I tried to embroider the crests of your house as best as I could, but I fear I have gotten a little bit weaker, so it may be clumsy. I haven't made much really at all. My fingers feel frozen as of late, despite the cold leaving Animo. I am glad you have made some progress on your mission. I hope you will come home soon. I will write again. Theina. Livius. My love. Spring has come. I'm glad to hear you'll be home soon. I wish you were here with me again. I really do. I really, really do. I am tired as of late. I apologize. I do not have any gifts for you this time. I will continue to pray. Livius, what are you doing here? It can't be. I must be dreaming. Is it really you? You're alive. You're okay. I am sorry. It seems I've just awoken from a long and horrible dream. The worse he gets, the more vivid they become. Oh, Livius, they've become horrible. I had a dream in which I was taken to appease the sinister, where the golden sun laid me bare, white wings torn asunder, the land once green dusted in crimson sands, heads dangling, stakes and fires. Everything was taken, even the gilded ones, even my gilded cage. The golden sun was gone, and blood trickled down my nose as the moons were eclipsed. And a fury grew within me. I cursed my fate as I fell to my knees before you, swinging in the wind from the gates, like billowing wheat in the wind. So many all in blue. They had taken her, dug her up, desecrated her body. I prayed to the winds to return to you, to a place where the sacred lands were safe. And that's when I always wake up. I am unwell. More so, I'm sorry I speak in riddles. My malady has given me strange and sickening and vile visions. When did you get here? How did you... I was unable to finish my latest letter. I am too weak to do so. I didn't know what to say anymore. I'm sorry. I did not want to hurt or abandon you. I am sorry to have worried you. I'm afraid, Livius. I fear my time is coming to an end. I can feel myself weakening far beyond what I have ever felt before. What did you say? But my father will never agree to such a thing. He wouldn't listen to any of your pleas. I have trusted in my father for years now. He has done his utmost to protect me. But yes, I do want to live. I do. I want to breathe without the fear of it being my last. I don't want to be in pain anymore. Does that mean something resulted from our research? If you say there is a chance of saving me, at least understanding what plagues me, then I would gladly go. But I am not so sure if I will be let go. I told you, he does not believe in the tower or its research. He would never swallow his pride, even if it meant my death. Perhaps I say that out of anger and frustration. He loves me, I know he does. But it feels like I'm living in a loop of insanity. He cannot listen to reason, and I cannot understand why. The tower has proven itself over the centuries, hasn't it? So why can he not trust their methods? They are backed by the church. They have knowledge beyond any understanding of a typical mortal mind. Does he not understand what he's doing to me? Do you think he'll ever come to reason? Oh, Livius. I doubt even if you grovel on your hands and knees that he will listen, but we can try. I think if we do not act now, there is little chance for me left. My mother? Of course. My father is subordinate to her. If my mother wished it, if she put her foot down, then he would listen. But she has always let my father have his way when it came to my health. I do not know if it comes from a place of negligence, or if this is a test for the both of us. She's always had a funny way of guiding our family. She always lets on much less than she truly knows. I have tried to be good. I have tried to do what I can. But I believe it is time I stand up for myself. I must do this. And for my father's sake, too. Yes, please. May I? Better. Much better. Please, be by my side as we do this together. Father, it is I, your daughter, Theina. I humbly introduce you to Prince Livius of Penkos. We have come before you to ask of a great favor.
My poor child, you should be in bed, getting your rest. And you dare drag my daughter from her chambers for a ridiculous favor.
It's all right, Livius. It's my turn to speak. Father, please. Livius has done nothing wrong. He has not forced anything upon me. He does not whisper into my ears as you'd like to think. I came here of my own volition. It was my choice. He did not force me into this.
It was your choice. Fine. Why have you come here under such short notice? What is it that you want? A request for my daughter's freedom. To deliver her to the tower. Are you mad? You dare to come before me and ask to take my daughter away?
I am the one who has begged for a solution. It is what I want as well. I want to leave, Father. Livius came here out of an urgency for my health. All he wants to do is help me. He loves and cares for me and has done his very best to find any solution he can. There are other people out there who wish to aid me, to get down to the very bottom of this illness. The tower has offered their hand. They have found a lead, a chance for me. And you know very well that is the hub of research. They will have more resources, more hands to help, a greater possibility of finally fixing me, fixing whatever this is.
The tower will do nothing for you. I have always found a solution.
But this time is different, isn't it? I am no longer improving, and this illness has moved into a stage that even you cannot fix. Please, let me leave. Let me leave with Livius. We love each other. We will find a solution together.
You cannot. You will not leave. I will not allow it. Prince Livius, go back to Penkos. If you continue with these ridiculous actions, you will not be left unscathed.
Do not threaten him. It is too late. We are fated. I have felt it. Please do not tear us apart. Please do not keep me from the man I love. If I stay here, if you keep me here, if we do nothing at all, I will die.
You won't. I'll find something. I will save you.
Father! Look at me. Look at me. I am dying. I am broken. You can't save me. I know you've been trying, and nothing works. And I'm tired. I'm so tired. Will you continue to simply watch me waste away? Will you keep me imprisoned here while I suffer? I know something is going on, something you are keeping from me, some reason why you cringe away at the thought of the church putting their hands on me. I don't care what it is. Please, whatever the reason, you know that it is killing me. You are killing me. Please don't do this to me. Don't let whatever this is, whatever is holding you back, kill me. It'll hurt you more than you'll ever know, won't it? Papa, please let me go.
I will yield. I am sorry, my child. I am so sorry. I have done everything I could for you. I have burdened you. I've tried to keep you safe and happy, but it seems I'm only adding on to your pain. You may leave.
Are you? You will?
If this can give you another chance, then of course I must let you go. I want you to live your life happy. That's all I ever wanted. My only condition is that Livius is bloodbound to you, so that his commitment is true.
Bloodbound? Livius, blood binding is a promise made before the gods. If we do, our fates will be forevermore intertwined. Do you truly wish to do something as drastic as that?
You better keep that promise, Livius. She shall be in your care now with my blessings. Now please, go rest. Recover however you can. I have some arrangements that must be made.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you for letting me go, for giving me a chance. I love you. And this is the Yukari River. This is where many of the important religious ceremonies take place. And this one, although a wedding, it is private, intimate. We believe that the wedding is a sacred affair that is done and to only be seen really by ourselves and the gods. Blood binding, similar to what we read in those books back in Campy, is an important part of our culture. Our fates are forever intertwined. Our paths converge permanently. With this, the gods acknowledge it. Blood is one of the most powerful magics in the world, after all. Yes, it has been a long part of our traditions. Typically, a couple exchanges blood. We cut our palms, and the scars that remain are a symbol of our commitment. We will then bathe in the Yukari River, which is believed to be one of the sources of water where Mirena gave life to us. But if we are to do this, there are no takebacks, Livius. Are you truly sure this is what you want? For the rest of your life? Even if I am a burden? Of course. I will always love you. I've thought that from the very beginning. I'm sure. Of course. You are kind and patient and sure of yourself and of what you want and need. And there is no one else I could ever see giving my heart and fate to. And, one more thing before we begin. Is it okay if I take another sip of your blood? I am feeling okay, but I almost feel silly enough inclined to. Huh? Well, I mean, I said we would exchange blood, but I don't... It's not typically part of... I mean, I don't think drinking my blood would do anything for you, but if you really wish it, it certainly will be intimate, won't it? Oh, don't look at me like that. There's no time to be making jokes here. Well, if you don't mind, then. I thank you for your offering. Well, it's time then. You shall cut my hand, and I shall cut yours. I offer you my blood. I suppose maybe it tastes sweeter to me. Your turn. I apologize if this hurts. I am thankful for your offer. Take my hand, Livius. May the gods witness our exchange, our commitment written in blood. We bind our hands together, weaving our fates eternally. Blessed spirits of the land, our hearts are pure and true. Winds, hear our prayers. May our love deepen and our paths be forever intertwined. Even if we are to part, may we always reunite. For I am yours, Livius, forevermore, fated to love and die by your side. With a kiss, we seal our fates. I love you, Livius. Thank you for staying by my side, for listening to me wholeheartedly, for your patience, care, and love. I am yours, as you are mine.
The chapel was quiet. All those who had worked there had left for the night to their own homes within the walls. The prayer room itself was not quite empty. Princess Nacaea was kneeling before a veiled statue of Morena looming above her. Nacaea's figure was illuminated by the eternal candles that lined the walls, casting flickering shadows across the floor. She was so engrossed by her desperate prayers, she did not hear the figure walking up upon her. A gentle tap on Nacaea's shoulder elicited a shriek from her. She turned quickly, falling back against the marble, a small blade suddenly in hand. "Livy?" Nacaea exclaimed, with little breath. Standing before her was Prince Livius, her twin brother, with a hand nonchalantly on his hip. His hair was a mess, jutting out from all directions as if he had just rolled out from bed. "Would you put that thing away?" Livius said, slowly kneeling down to her. She folded the blade inward, tucking it back into a pocket beneath her billowing sleeves. "I thought you'd heard me. I even called out your name. Sorry for frightening you." Livius patted her shoulder. "I was so focused. I didn't hear. How silly of me." She looked away from him in embarrassment. He chuckled, his shoulders rolling forward slightly. "So, why are you awake?" Livius inquired. "I couldn't sleep, like usual, and I thought this place would bring me a bit of respite," she answered. Livius narrowed his eyes at her. "You're not quite so, usually devout." "It's something new I've been trying. I've only done so for a few months now," Nacaea replied. "Why is it new?" he asked, extending a hand to her, readying himself to bring Nacaea to her feet. She quickly took his hand and stood upright, brushing her scarlet skirt down. Nacaea's gaze wandered back to Morena's statue, and her eyes became somewhat glassy. "Well, most come to pray, to give their thanks, to ask questions, and I have many things to be thankful for, and I too have had many worries. I've been seeking some guidance, and a place to express my gratitude, I suppose." Livius tilted his head. His gaze seemed as if he had seen this sort of behavior before. "You're having a hard time, aren't you?" I am. Saya's voice seemed to almost tremble. Well, I've heard the happenings with that fiancé of yours. But it's been a few months now. He's adjusting, and you are too. We all knew this would take time. Saya clasped her hands together, a sure sign of her stress. But it is my fault that it hasn't gone smoothly. I'm awful. Livy, I am truly awful. I'm just like Mother. I let that anger and fury she grew in me ruin things. Again. Livius took a deep breath, attempting to control the slow, bubbling rage growing within him. He disliked hearing it, the word mother. His memory of one seemed like a mirage, and what had been left behind was just a monster. You know it was never going to go well in the first place. It doesn't make it your fault. You're not awful, and you're nothing like that woman. Oh, but I am. I'm an utter mess. I believed I could hold it all in, all that burning. But I couldn't. I was just like her. I am her, Livius. I know I cannot help some aspects of myself, but it disgusts me so much. I disgust myself. I am cruel and callous, and perhaps that can never change. Her left eye flared. A glow began to emanate from deep within. The shadows that danced around her were no longer blue, but a dark blob that light could not penetrate. Livius put a hand on her trembling fist as an attempt to calm her. He could feel her magic tangle and rise in the air. Breathe. Breathe, Say, breathe. I'm here with you. We're in the chapel. You're safe. So am I. Everything's okay. Say, can you hear me? The feeling of dread eventually left her, and so did the fire that burned within her. Tears began to roll down Saya's cheeks as the blue hues began to seep back into the shadows. Her whole body seemed to shake. Say, you're okay. I promise. Now, I don't understand what you're talking about, this whole cruel and callous thing. You're far more kind and willing to forgive than I will ever be. I would have done much worse than chastising him or just making silly threats. I do not doubt that you regret your choice of words, and will continue to, but that shows you are not horrible. If you didn't regret it, well, it would say something different. And I know you better than anyone. Saya simply shook her head. I have failed so horribly to not be the monster Mother had intended to make of me. Perhaps if I had been smarter, less forgiving, this would have never happened. Whenever I look at you, I cannot help but think that I have failed you as well. To allow you to have taken on so many burdens. I know you have forgiven me for my absence, for my unwavering loyalty to her, and I should have been there. I should have been there for you. I should have just gone with you when you told me to. If I had... Maybe then... You would have never had to... They would have never done that. Those scars wouldn't be on your body, and you wouldn't be eaten alive by all those memories. I could have stopped it. I have endless regrets about how all of it went down. I told myself that whatever was happening was fine, that I was
perfectly content with all the horrors that came with being her daughter. I was so afraid of what I would be without her. I wanted to give her chance after chance. And these days I hate myself. I hate myself for falling back into those same patterns. My unyielding anger and spite. I catch myself sometimes. I try to take back what I say, but it's not enough. It's like she controls me from beyond the borders. I did the unthinkable again, Livy. To remind myself of how horrid she was. To remind me of who I cannot be. Livius now boiled with anger, with worry and all that fell in between. You didn't. Did you really? Saya nodded. I felt like I was becoming a monster. I felt like I had no choice. But you did. You didn't have to hurt yourself over that. Her memory alone is enough. Do not let her ghost continue to pester you, to make you burn yourself. Livius snapped. Saya shuddered, shrinking back into the pathetic and small girl she used to be. Oh God, I'm sorry. Livius quickly lowered his voice. Say, you're Saya, okay? My annoyingly uptight sister. Sometimes you slip the meanest things I've ever heard before off your tongue without realizing it. But that does not make you a monster. None of those things make you a monster, and you are not a failure. You have succeeded in many ways. And you always try until you're in tears. Okay? Say, we were both children when all that happened. You did what you believed you could to shield me from it. And I did the same to try and get you out of it. Even if I had my own troubles, I'm happy and alive now. That's all I could ever ask for, okay? You cannot blame yourself for what those women did to me. We both chose our paths, and we're here, together. There is no more looking back. It's done. Besides, Leo and Vi have dealt with them, and you need to forgive yourself. You cannot hurt yourself like that ever again. You don't need to remind yourself like that. Don't ever burn yourself. That hurt does you no good, and you know it. You're not whatever that woman was. You never will be. Besides, you know you get queasy when you use your fire magic because of her. I wouldn't want you spilling your guts all over the floor. I worry for you. And I almost never worry, so please. Don't feel guilty. Just move on. You're right. As much as I hate to admit it, I don't want to worry you. A part of her still grips onto me tightly, and I try to wriggle free, but it feels so endless sometimes. My anger was misplaced. I should have held on to my composure. Well, it will take a long time to untangle the thread she weaved around you. Once you get one hand free, the rest will follow. And also, I, for one, believe that he deserved it. He's been on a high horse for so long, he needed someone to snap him out of it. I, for one, don't care if he was delusional or not. So if it wasn't me, I'm glad it was you. Saya flicked his arm. That's not helpful. Ouch. But it's true. Admit it. Saya shot him a frightening glare. Fine, fine. Don't look at me like that. You did want him to let go of all that stupid pride, though, didn't you? I suppose. He did need a wake-up call, didn't he? To make him at least admit it, Saya said begrudgingly. And even if you have been awful as you say, that doesn't mean you'll be horrible to him forever. You know you were wrong, you know you made a mistake, you can admit it. That's a step in the right direction, and you're trying to make Adam do the same thing. Who's to say your anger is even misplaced? Your feelings are real. Your anger will eventually subside, even if you never forgive certain things. I know it will take a lot before I ever calm down, but you've been quite kind to him already anyway. Unfortunately, Livius shrugged. You could be a little nicer about him yourself, you know, Saya replied flatly. I don't feel like it. At least not yet. This is fresh for me. You know how I feel about that family overall. When you told me of Theron, you have no idea how much I wanted to march in there and rip his throat out. It gave me more than enough reason to hate him after his behavior toward my wife. He was horrible towards Theina in her suffering. He wrote to her obsessively, ignoring any pains she mentioned in her letters. It was all about him. You've seen the letters. It hurt her. She felt like nothing more than a prize he obsessed over. One he was too cowardly to even seek out. And when it was all over, it became anger from the rejection. A cruel slew of words was all that was left for her. Livius ranted, his hue turning a crimson color. Saya knew he was going to explode with anger if nothing was to be done about it. I think he knows he was horrible, Livius. I think that's why he's so hesitant in everything he does now. I'm sure some part of him deep down knows that his actions have reflected poorly on him. Love can make one mad, but it's what we do after we realize is what matters, right? Acceptance, accountability. Besides, from all our talks, I can tell he hated Theron. I hope he wouldn't be in league with him. Seems to curse his name every chance he gets. Her words, attempting to calm her brother. Livius sighed. I can still be angry, Saya. I think I'll always have a little grudge. I don't think that's unreasonable, is it? After everything that's happened. So much death by his own hands, right in front of my eyes. Friends, fellow soldiers caught in his claws and teeth. He rallied people to his cause all over a delusion. Even if it was caused by his stepmother. He almost killed our brother twice, mind you. But fine. I'm glad he knows. And I hope that guilt burdens him for a while. And maybe one day, I'll forgive him. I'm sure I'll move on at some point. I'll understand that he was corrupted by forces far beyond his control. But I don't think I'm being ridiculous by being angry or blind to the good you see. I'm glad that you see good in him. You always have. But any forgiveness from me certainly won't be now or in the near future. There are tales, though, of enemies becoming the best of friends, so maybe one day, but for now, you be nice in my stead. I mean, you're basically living with him now, so might as well make life more amicable. Livius shook his head in discontent. Do you think I'm too forgiving? Do you think I'm wrong? Saya asked in concern. No. Your feelings are your own. Clearly, you've been quite angry and you lashed out at him. Now that you calmed down, you're back to your good old self. always seeking the light in others, their past selves. You never give up on people despite any anger and disgust that ripples through you. Do I think you could be even angrier? Absolutely. But I've always let you figure out your own things without much objection. Once you put your mind to something, you do it, with no hesitation. Even if I do make the situation worse. I mean, you never gave up on me, no matter how disappointing I was. Livius tried to reassure her. You were never disappointing. I was just worried. So, then, you think this is a good idea? Livius took a deep breath, attempting to find his words. When I heard that, well, getting engaged to him was part of your plan, I thought you'd finally lost it. But if you really, really think that he is worth saving, that he can redeem himself, then do it. Try your best to put that anger behind you. Work on whatever this relationship is. I still don't understand, and I won't really ever see what you see in him, but fine. I mean, I think I've been with possibly worse. I'd kill that woman 1,000,000 times over for you, you know, Saya replied. Oh, I know. Livius chuckled. But, yes. Though it's far-fetched, I don't think it's a horrible idea to ground him, to bring him back to who he used to be, to let that good, you see, move him forward from his tainted past. I'm really trying to. Saya looked down at her hands, red and aching. Then, that's all that matters. You're trying, and I can see how much it's tormenting you that you're trying, how much it pains you, so keep doing whatever you're doing, just ease up on the insults a little. Even if he hates you now, so what? I think he'll be able to let go and be the king he needs to be. Whatever happens will happen. Do whatever you feel you need to do. People are always going to make hasty judgments. All that matters is how you feel about yourself. If he turns around and becomes civil between the both of you, then great. And if he doesn't, then what can you do? Just fight for what you believe in. Really dig your heels in. Sometimes miracles can happen. Just like they did for me. Livius gave Saya a cheesy grin, attempting to make her laugh. Then I will continue in my efforts. Saya smiled back, a small one. Good. Livius pat the top of her head, in which Saya immediately swatted the hand away. Hey, don't act like you're the older twin here. I tried. Livius laughed.
What is it, Livius? You know why I'm upset. You have disappointed me. You really, really disappointed me tonight. You know exactly why. You allowed your anger to overcome your better senses. This isn't like you. Yes, you'll make your snarky little comments and jokes, but tonight was different. Yes, you shouldn't have yelled at him like that. At least you admit it. I know you don't like him. I know you don't. What he put us through? is difficult to forgive. But you know that yelling at him, making him go through even more pain, is not fruitful in any way. It's not good for anyone. Not for him, not for me, and not for you. Especially tonight. It was his first event in public, and he even apologized to me, to us. And you humiliated him. But do you understand what you did wrong? Why I'm upset over this? I know Adept very well. He was in pain before, and I can only imagine how much pain he is in now. No, I don't excuse his actions. Everything he did was wrong. So, you're right. He deserves to be reprimanded, to be punished. But he has. He is learning. So even if he deserves it, that doesn't make it right to do. You are better than that, Livius. You are better than cruel words and useless, self-gratifying actions. You know you're better than that. Is there a reason, though? Why you burst like that so suddenly? Well, I can understand that much. Come here. Yes, I'm still mad at you, but that will subside. You made a mistake. I know you're afraid of him hurting me, of him hurting us again. That is a real fear. When he claimed me as his, when he attempted to take me away, it was terrifying. I know. He did not understand that I was never his. He was not sound of mind. He did not understand that he was wrong. That his desperation could never justify his actions toward me. You need not ever forgive him, even if I have. It is your right to be angry. But tonight, I saw a real shift in the terribly angry, arrogant, and desperate boy I used to know. He apologized. He understood what he did wrong. He regretted it. Maybe it's just a start, but I think he is truly learning. I believe he too can be better. That he won't hurt me. That he won't hurt us. Perhaps it is a little naive of me to think that we can be friends again. After much time, maybe he will see me as just Theina, and not as an escape for all his troubles. That he accepts the past for what it is. That we can all be understanding and look toward the future in a better manner. For now, though, can you be a little more understanding of the situation? That he is still fragile? Please, don't use his current position to further ruin him and his mind. You know Adept wasn't always like this. You met him far before I ever did. Perhaps that is what Saya sees in him. Why she tries so hard, even when she's so busy and more hot-headed than you. Maybe under all those layers of anger and desperation, you'll eventually see the good in him again. But if not, that's okay too. You don't have to make friends with him. Just tolerate one another if you could. And well, I must also ask you one more thing. You must apologize to him. Not forgive him, not unless you want to. But please, try. It doesn't have to be anytime soon, just at some point. I would appreciate it greatly. Thank you. This isn't how I wanted the night to turn out, but I'm glad that we could talk about it. I forgive you. I'm sorry too if I've hurt you. Now, you better prepare yourself. Saya won't be happy. Don't fight with your sister too much. No, she'll be much angrier than I could ever be. I love you, and always will. Even if I'm angry, and even if you make mistakes, I know you better than that. Now, come along. We must get ready for bed. I'm rather tired. We have much to do tomorrow, after all.
Its blood, bright and blue, trickled down the gash in its chest. The dragon roared in agony, its guttural cries shaking the ground beneath them. As the monster slumped over, dying of its wounds, it began to quiet down, its howls turning into whimpers. The pale prince that had dealt the final blow removed his ashen helmet. One would think he would celebrate his victory, that he would gloat in front of his dying enemy. But instead, the pale prince fell upon his knees on a cold and solid stone. His hands reached towards the scorching scales of the dragon with regret and much sorrow. He rested his body gently against the monstrous creature as it whined. The prince endured the heat that spread across the dragon's body. The dragon's eyes were now half-lidded and slow to blink, the emerald hue fading slowly into a dull pine color. The blood began to pool beneath them, soaking into the navy cloak that the pale prince wore. Why was it you? He whispered. Why did it have to be me? He cried. The dragon whined once more, as if replying, somber in tone. Please don't leave. Please come back, he begged. The dragon nudged its head against the prince, and he placed his forehead against the scaled creature's cheek. What do I do without you? How do I go on? he asked, but the dragon could not give him any answers. With one final whimper, it closed its eyes and took its final breath. In its stillness, the scales began to lift off its body, showering the prince in blue flower petals. The dragon's flesh soon followed, and the prince rose to his feet. He reached desperately toward the sky, his hands grasping a few petals between fingers. A few of the petals rained down upon the earth, floating into the pool of blood left behind, while the rest flew into the sky, carried by the wind back home. The calamity was over, the people shouted. Soldiers began to gather their wounded, and the common folk emerged from their hiding places. But the pale prince stood still amongst the rubble and the burning fires. He bent down, picking what remained of the dragon. A pale, crystalline creation. A dragon heart,